Hi everyone, the Mature Simmer here. Welcome back to the coast-to-coast travels that we've been doing. So, pretty excited to see my choices now that I've got a lot of things opened up. And our longest one at the top here, which is what we're going to take, dynamite from Yukon down to Mexico. And as you can see here on the map, we are going down as far as we can. You know, maybe we could get to that town, give us a few extra miles. But as I've been talking about for several episodes, you know, there was a possibility to get over 4,000. We now are 4,065, but that was probably going to be, you know, the max. But it's just great that I'm finding longer and longer drives so that I can get more and more experience. And more importantly, this is an important delivery and it's hazardous. So the pay per mile, or the pay in general, is insane. You know, you can kind of see here we're close with high value cargo and important, but you know, certainly a lot less per mile, and you know, almost a $50,000. Well, it is a $50,000 difference. So enough talk. So let's get driving.
Okay, here we go.
Just take a quick look at what we've got. So it's BHP Billiton heading out of this facility. Looking at that giant bunker silo there, or bunker there. I'm like, it looks like somewhere they might store or fabricate dynamite to, you know, make sure that things don't explode and cause issues out in the community. But either way, we can see here this is not somewhere we've been at Whitehorse. We've got no road spur connection here. Turn on my lights. Goodness, this is a short and winding road, to paraphrase Elton John. Alright, I'm assuming they meant turn right here. It's pretty quiet this afternoon in Whitehorse, other than that one strange guy who's parked and looking at me as I leave. Hopefully he's not contemplating any ill will to the facility. That's just unique. Well, looks like UPS is, or UDS, as we have in ATS, is contemplating delivering there. I am going to fill up, just because I've made that mistake every time, and I'm going to be heading right near a gas station there. So I'm going to do that because I've only got 404 miles to empty, which frankly is not much. Just turning off the in-game GPS, or in-dash GPS, so that there isn't the confusion and the extra work. Not that it's massive, but you know, any little bit helps.
Get ready to turn left.
Well, I'm going to turn right because, like I said, I'm going to go over to this. It's not a Sitco, it's some sort of Canadian maple. And
never mind, I'll find a new route.
Ooh, this is so interesting and challenging. I'm hoping I don't clip their sign. Alright, so we'll top this off. We'll see what that turns into. Alright, overall, I think this is going to make this trip really, really interesting because full, my tank only goes 668 miles, where the last truck we were in went over 1,000, or at least one of the last two. I don't know if it was the last one, but thank you, Mr. Something Leakweed, for being nice and not pulling up on my trailer. I hope he'll just stay there because I do think we're going to be pretty tight on making that turn. I'm going to have to be careful as the light changes. So, yeah, there's multiple reasons I'm super excited about this load. So, you know, one of the things I haven't talked about in this series, I don't think, is part of a VTC, which is a virtual trucking company. So I've been logging my runs on this series there, which has been very helpful to help me just continue to gain. There it's not experience, it is driven by money, but help me gain progress. And so I think I'm still able to report this. You know, it is quite a high dollar amount, but I'm going to have to check that later. But the other piece is one of the things I do in the VTC is you're able to join a specialty division, which I have done. And that specialty division is hazmat. So hauling any hazmat loads provide a bonus, but also obviously go against the helping the division participate and work in the community. So just checks a lot of boxes, this load does. So I like that. But 235, it's going to get us over 700,000, assuming I don't do anything insane, like cause massive crashes or anything. So the challenge here, because I think mainly that we're going down to Mexico, is compared to the last load, which was, you know, 100 miles, 200 miles less. So not much difference, which took us, you know, I think under 3 hours. My sim dashboard is telling me we've still got 6 hours and 7 minutes on this run. So I know I've had some people say, hey, we enjoy just kind of, you know, it's relaxing. Watch it go. Just listen to the conversation, or, well, I guess it's not a conversation, it's a monologue, but since you can't speak back to me in these videos, but so I will go ahead and record this stuff. I've cleared out my machine to make sure I've got enough space, because it will take a little bit to do that. Just wanted to make sure I heard Miss GPS, so that was the pause there. And it is the morning, so there may be some other pauses as, you know, I mute and take care of some stuff. So, I guess I better turn that signal on in case someone's coming up on the dead-end road there. No, I didn't fall asleep at the wheel there. I just had my hands full with the mic control in one and a cup of water in the other before I turned things back on, since I had paused them for a bit. But in that process, obviously, I'm like most of you, I have two hands, and that means I couldn't hold the wheel, and so it was drifting a bit. And unlike in a car, although a truck I think it would be really hard because the wheels are angled differently and they're larger. You know, my car I can drive with my knee sometimes if I need to for short periods. Can't really do that even with my steering wheel for my PC here.
Turn right. Turn right.
Alright, so getting out of Yukon territory, we've done this a few times now, so you guys should be well aware with the drill. Any regulars that we might have on the channel, it takes a little bit of time, a little bit of work. But yeah, I'll go ahead and we'll see what this thing looks like at the end. I'm guessing it'll look like a 5 or 6 hour video, and I'm sure folks will watch most folks will watch 10 minutes of it, but for those who are interested in seeing a run of this length and seeing what we do and just tagging along, my intent at this point is to give you what you've asked for. So does this become that proverbial case of be careful what you wish for? Maybe. The nice thing with YouTube is you can turn me off, or you can skip, and you can bounce around and see what's happening. So, other data. We are now below 4,000 miles, 3,963 miles as we are talking. It's giving us 120 hours and 48 minutes to reach our destination. So, just doing quick, cheap math, obviously 10 days would be 240 hours, so 120 hours is 5 days. So, we've got a while. It says Tuesday. It's at this point telling me I've got till Wednesday at basically just before noon, 11:57, to get this load down to Mexico. I think I've gone most of the stretch of this, so we are starting to fall into the pattern I've seen in other profiles I've played. Hey, British Columbia, how are ya? We're going to go to British Columbia, then we're going to leave back to Yukon, then we're going to come back. I think we do that more than once, but it might be twice, but whatever it is, we'll follow the road that they're asking us to follow, trying to be careful that we don't fly off any curves. Right now we're not going super fast, but I know the road speeds up a little bit later, so I think I'm going to go a little bit quicker though. Because normally I'd go about 5 miles over, but I can see the road pretty well, and my luck's been pretty good with the Canadian police not flagging me down, so any little bit will help as we hit 6 hours flat in what we are going to need to do. Now, I don't know that it's really going to take that long, because I do recall, I think our third episode, I went down to Mexico, and it was something high like that too. It might have even been 5 hours when I had significantly less distance, but I think I was heading into Mexico. Now we're back in Yukon, like I said. But I was heading down to Mexico and had to meander around a bit, but I don't think it was quite as high, so I think it just has a difficult time calculating. But the speed limits down there are, pretty low. It's not uncommon to be going 30 or 40 for long stretches. So my hope is we're not doing a ton of that, because even I have my limits. I mean, it's driving, and it's just driving, and if I'm not driving this route, I'm just hopping in another one and driving it. This might be playing with fire here because... oh, no, there's a truck coming. That would be really bad. Of course, now I've slowed down enough that I'm not anywhere near the speed I need to be to pass, so... we'll just start moving again, and we don't want to endanger the children in the school bus. That would be like a horrific headline. Trucker destroys school bus trying to pass on winding road with no visibility. So I'm going to try to at least be a little bit careful here, as I want to not do that, because that would be unpleasant for various reasons. Not the least of which is it'd cause me a lot of damage, it would take a lot of money away, might make me difficult to get there. Now, speaking of difficult to get there, I'm going to try it, but this could be ugly quickly. Alright, so the truck should slow down. See, I just don't know that I should keep doing this. I don't know, maybe there's some logic if I have this turn signal on. It won't send me any traffic. Alright, the good news is this school... oh, I thought that was a car coming, but that's in our lane. We probably used 6 of our 9 lives there. I know my heart was racing. What about yours? Because this is an important delivery, the likelihood of spare time is pretty low. So I've got to be careful. I know I like to try to drive during the day, but I may need to just maximize the drive. I'm going to at least do that in the beginning until I'm really sure that I'm close enough that I'm not going to have an issue. Because the challenge is, even with... I mean, because in theory, it's giving us like 8 days to deliver. So in theory, I've got, 72 hours where I, could sleep 7 times or something to get there, but I just don't know that that's really how it's going to operate. And maybe what I'll do is I'll at least try to make sure I get to the point where I'm having to do my gas and then go from there. And there's not much to see here up in Canada anyway. Just a lot of pine trees and, not a lot of decoration that they've done on the map. So driving at night is not like you're going to be missing a whole lot down here, so I may push this a bit. Oh, come on. Really? I thought Canadian people were nice. What was that? I'm barreling down him at 70 miles per hour, and he's just going to pull in front of me. Alright, so now we're back in British Columbia. Yeah, but I don't know that I can just kind of stick to daylight, sleep a couple times in a row where I'm burning 20 hours just sitting in one place. Because one way to definitely make this less enjoyable of a payday is to be late in any way. So I'm going to act as this load is encouraging me to act, which is I think I'm just going to drive. Given that we started at 2 p.m., that might actually not be too bad, because typically, just because of how the rest stops are, and here, as we said, I think I did it more than once, so here's another Yukon sign. So we kind of popped into BC, and now we're going to go back into Yukon for a bit before we get back into some other Canadian province. But normally, just the way it works, because I obviously don't want to get a sleep penalty, other things like that. We can go faster. We must pay attention to those things, because we want... now we can't. So I guess we shouldn't pay too much attention to it, because it's kidding us. Alright, and right back into British Columbia. Sorry, I can't even get full sentences out before I'm crossing borders again. But the time will tend to creep up, so what ends up happening is, if I stop now, like I was doing in some cases, I'll wake up, because you sleep for 10 hours. So I'd be waking up at 5:30 a.m. or something, and then the next day, a lot of times you'll drift another couple hours, because I'm not pushing my full 14-hour drive period. Oh, I could pass, but this is a sharp curve, so I'm going to have to slow down as it is. So I think I'm going to... I'm going to start to pass, though. I think we're okay, because we can see a ways around. So that worked out well. This will be one way to help this trip, is not slow ourselves down to 40 miles an hour and then try to get back up to speed. Alright, so do you think it's teasing us again? Are we really going to be able to stay at 74 for a while? Because if I can add 10 miles per hour to my land consumption distance, that would be something very desirable to me. Although obviously my tractor thinks differently, because it's having a really hard time going any faster than 73. So I guess we'll see what we can do, but either way, we're going 73 instead of 70, so it's a little bit faster. So continuing the thought on the time, starting at 2:30, I should be around noon, and then 10, and then 8. So while there will be some nighttime driving to do that, because I think I'm going to have to get to... I'm not sure. Because now I'm trying to think. I've got a little over 8 hours, so that would get me to 6 a.m. That's not gonna... wondering if I'm backwards, but no, it normally does move forward, because I'll drive, say, 12 hours, and then rest, and then sleep for 10, so it's basically 22 hours in the cycle between drive and stop. And this is right, because I started, like I said, about 2:30, and I'm going to have 8 hours left, and normally it's 14 hours of drive time, so 2:30 to 8:30 is 6 hours. So it's all good that way. I was just checking my indicators, and yes, I do have my headlights on, because that's always something I tend to forget, which is why I honestly just drive with my headlights on most of the time, even during the day, so that I don't get flagged either in the morning for turning them off too early, or at night for not having them on. So yeah, but my confusion, I guess, is if I'm... Oh, you know what? My confusion is because I can't do math. It's basically if I was driving, say, 12 hours. It would be 2 a.m., not 6 a.m. I'm like, I don't know how I got to 6 a.m. Obviously, I was adding incorrectly is how I got there, but... So yeah, I don't know if this is like Canadian something or other, CVS. In the U.S., the only CVS I'm familiar with is a pharmacy chain of stores, so... Oh, 120. Are we going to get to go even faster? No. And even if we could, it seems like our truck's top speed is 73 miles per hour. So I apologize for the frequent pauses, but the frogs in the throat this morning are numerous. So just trying to spare you the throat clearing that sometimes comes with my mornings. So probably too much information even so. So we'll just get off that topic. Coming down on 250 miles to empty already, which for those of you who have the ability to do math will indicate that I've consumed about 400 miles of my drive already, or about 10% of the trip. In which case, I'm sure you say, it's only been about half an hour. How is this trip going to take 6 hours? I don't know. All I know is that Sim Dashboard is telling me that. But as I said, as I said, it tends to be a little bit off when we go into Mexico. So I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that's the case here too, and that, maybe this will be 4 hours. But we'll be able to tell, because we are going to be together during that time if you want to drive along with me. So I'm not sure that I'm going to get out of Canada before the first rest stop. Looking at the route it was planning on taking me on, we're doing the typical run over through Canada, over to Montana, and at this point we're going southeast, so we're not entirely heading, well, now we're heading east now that we made that left turn a bit, but I'm sure as soon as we take this little jog we'll be going southeast and so forth. But, now we're already going southeast. We didn't even have to take the little jog yet. Alright, I think we can go by. It's a little easier at night because you can see headlights. Come on, I need the winery truck to slow down. And I'm going to go ahead and tuck in here just in case. And then we'll move over in a bit. But, once again, because, even at 10%, I guess that's still 5.5 hours. I don't know. But we're going to do this as quickly as we can. How about that? But we are below 3,600 miles, just barely. Just cross that in the 3590s as we drive here. But because we're heading over to Montana, I'm not sure that I'm going to have enough. I certainly won't have enough fuel because now I'm below 200, so certainly the next gas station we come across. And there's Air Liquide. That was the one I couldn't read. That was Liquide. But I assume it's not the truck we were passing because he was going in the opposite direction. We had already filled up with gas, and we haven't stopped, so... Unless he took roads that aren't on the map. I'm not sure. So speaking of roads that aren't on the map, that does give us a little bit of a topic of conversation. So I did see that SCS posted some information about the new version that's coming, 1.44, that is going to have unmarked roads, but they're going to kind of make them semi-official in that if you turn onto them, they'll appear as a dotted line and then remain on your map.
Go straight on.
Alright, I just want to make sure it didn't suddenly want me to turn. I didn't think it would, but and then remain on your map, and that they lead to something interesting in most cases. So I know there was one achievement I did in ATS, and obviously this was in another profile because you haven't seen it here, where there's a raceway off some unmarked
Go
road.
straight on.
And I did that and got that achievement. But it did take, finding someone who had done it and basically finding an internet post that explained to me how to get there, and the construction zone I had to drive through that looked like the road was closed, but they were telling me, no, it really isn't. You can go race your truck here, which was a little crazy because you also, I think, to get the achievement, I had to run a lap around the track, and I don't know, maybe I'm like combining too many games or real life experiences together, since I like NASCAR racing or car racing and in general, other than, I will admit, if I'm being honest, I'm not a massive Formula One fan, although I have gotten to appreciate it a little bit more since doing iRacing and doing road racing, but still not enough to sit and watch them do road races around the circuits, even on circuits that I've done in iRacing. And the reason for that, just to kind of finish that discussion point, is I just feel the cars are too fragile, and anytime they touch, they seem to explode. So, to me, it's like, racing is racing, and if you bump each other a little bit, that's okay, as long as you're not spinning each other out. So the cars should be able to take a little bit more of that, which is why I tend to lean toward NASCAR, because they can certainly be beat up pretty well and still drive. So, now, can they win? Maybe not, on a track like Daytona that just happened this weekend. Even a little bump in the fender sometimes is enough to slow you down a few miles per hour and make it impossible to get to the front. But on most tracks, it doesn't matter. And now that I've digressed into the racing and discussion, I don't even remember how the topic came up. Obviously, it either had something to do with speed or time, or, the truck racing circuit, that's right. So I do think that I also had to get around the circuit in a set amount of time, and it wasn't like it was crazy, or I did it the first time around and think I had many seconds to spare, but it was definitely something that is not normally an ATS thing, because you're not normally on a racetrack, and you're certainly not normally on a racetrack with your tractor. So, because I think I did drop my trailer at the side of the track and just run with the tractor, because I'm like, obviously I'm not going to be driving as quickly as I can, taking turns quickly, and then I tip over or something, and then mess up the load I was in the middle of delivering anyway. Alright, so now we're down to 72 miles, and we're hitting the wonderful coast-to-coast map issue of I literally have not seen a gas station in 150 miles. Let me take a quick look at the map. Yes, I believe we are dead. I don't think we're going to get to Dawson Creek before 63 miles. I hope I'm wrong, but sadly I don't think I'm wrong. And the problem also becomes then that it's going to consume, half an hour for them to come fuel us, and I think we'll be okay then, because I think it gives us another 70 miles, so I don't think we're that far, but now we're down to 50, And as you saw on the map, there's quite a few turns and twists and so forth, so I'm just not feeling it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I get there on fumes, because I would love to not automatically have a delay, especially on an important delivery, darn it. I've been trying to be a good truck driver, but the world has other plans for me. But given that I had to, scroll through 3 screens or 2 screens on the mini-map, I'm just thinking that's probably a couple 100 miles, so I would hope I can make it on the next fill-up, the emergency fill-up, but not sure. I mean, the good news is I still have over 4 hours till I have to rest, but at this point, I think I'm just going to rest there, because once again, then I'm going to have the opposite problem. Is I'm going to try to push it a few hours, and I'm not going to hit another rest stop that quickly. So yeah, we're down to 20 miles, and we're not seeing anything on the GPS. We ain't making it. So, be prepared for the emergency gas stop in a moment. Probably before we hit that turn will be my guess, given the rate of consumption. If not, it will be shortly after. Down to less than 10 miles. 6, 5. I wish it was as exciting as a launch countdown, but it's not. 2, 1, 0. There we go. And we have to stop all the way before it lets us do our thing. Emergency refueling. Yes, we agree. Take my 30 minutes, and in this case my employer pays, but still doesn't make me any happier. There we go. I always forget how to turn that off. Well, you'd think I'd be an expert at it in this game, because I need it so often. So yeah, if somehow any of the coast-to-coast people are watching and get to this segment of the video, please add more gas stations, more rest stops. I get there's work involved, but it would make the map so much more enjoyable and so much less frustrating. Because once again, right now I'm not that concerned, because it's not my money, it is my time. But once I start owning a truck, it's going to be less entertaining to pay $400 to get, probably what amounts to 10 gallons of fuel. So paying $40 a gallon, not my idea of a good time. Because, it's probably a little more than that, because I think the truck's averaging between 5 and 6 miles per gallon. But, either way, it's a lot more than even the high price $4 or $5 a gallon that we get in some cases. But yeah, we're already down to 47. We might need a second refueling. I hope not, but at this point, there's no point in looking at the map again. It's going to show up here on the mini-map when it shows up, so wishing that it was closer, I can do that without spending 30 seconds looking at the mini-map and slowing us down for no reason. But, yeah, so 144 is going to have these unmarked roads that basically they're saying is going to add some new gameplay possibilities, for people who are just, looking to explore every corner. And I think they were announcing it on ETS, actually, so I'm not sure that it's going to be coming to ATS at the same time. because I haven't seen that same announcement pop up on the Steam page for ATS, so maybe it's just an ETS 2 thing. And someday, I'm sure I'll do some videos there too, because I do, I have played both. I've been focused on this and this series just because obviously I have limited time to get here anyway, and so when I have time to play a truck simulator, I've been doing this in this series. We're down to 7 miles, so we are going to have to fuel again. And now we're down to, as you heard the yawn, about 2 hours, so now we're getting in the danger zone. But I think we're close. I would imagine the next group, it will let us do that. But let's see. And I think that blink was probably because emergency fuel services were available to us. And now we can go 71 more miles. Although I'm sure speeding up from a dead stop chews up gas faster. So I don't know that we really get that far. So I guess we know it's at least 150 miles on the map there. Dawson Creek, that's where we want to go. I'm not quite sure if this is the same place that the TV show that we had in America here was based in, because that was Dawson's Creek, but that might be because the main character was named Dawson. I never actually watched the show, so I saw pictures of it, and I think it was in the day when there were a bunch of other things like Beverly Hills 90210 and Melrose Place and things like that. And at that point, me and my girlfriend, wife, I don't know what we were at the time when those shows were on. We probably both, because they lasted for a while. Those were the two we tended to watch, and so maybe we felt we had enough of the ensemble giant group shows of people living and interacting together. And so just Dawson's Creek was never one that I watched, so I don't know if this is the same or not. But at this point, I don't care what it is, I just want to get to it so I can get gas, and frankly at this point so I can sleep, because now I'm also under an hour for that. So getting a sleeping penalty would also be quite irritating. So once again, coast to coast map makers, more gas stations, more rest stops, please. Because I have been looking for something for 200 miles, and with refueling penalties, I understand 4 hours of gameplay. So that's crazy. So now I do need to look at the map, because yes, I think I do need to exit, because there's actually not a way to get there from here. So let me do that, because otherwise if I miss this turn, that would be unfortunate. Although at that point I would just turn around, because I'm not going to risk, I'm not going to do it. I would do a U-turn in the middle of the crazy road. So I'm not quite sure that this technically, whichever, my guess is the route might be that it's just having me do a U-turn here in Dawson's Creek, but Dawson Creek. Sorry, it's the TV show in my head. Down to 20 miles. The gas station's at the far end of town. This could get ugly, because I'm not quite sure if the map makers slowed down mileage consumption here. Looks like maybe they did, because it's been sitting on 18 for a while. But we're also not going very fast. I guess the one benefit is we discovered this place. Down to 16 miles though. And of course, great, the lights aren't working together. That's always fun. Still 16, so I think I'm okay.
Turn left.
Yeah, my guess is it's just looping me around and taking me back to the road, because I don't think it changed time. Hey, that UPS guy parked the same way. Oh, I didn't realize there's a guy sitting on his bumper. I hope they're on break and not just being lazy. It would be very unfortunate for them if their boss came by and saw that and said, hey, you're supposed to be running boxes in and then getting in your truck and moving again. But anyway.
Finding a new route.
Paris. Oh, parts. I can't read.
Get ready.
Alright, so we have a Tesla dealership, and there was something, maybe it was a Walmart at the north end of town. I guess
Turn right, and then turn right.
I can take a look again when I whoops, I better stop. I think I can turn right in Canada.
Turn right, and then turn right.
This is going to be interesting. I'm not sure that this is going to work without hitting the sign. But I'm doing my fake truck driving damnedest to make sure it does. I didn't really even look how much we had, but I'm guessing we had 14 miles. So I'm not going to turn right, I'm going to turn around. Now wait a minute, didn't I have a rest stop here? Oh, you know what, it might be by the... Alright, so I'm going to have to go up that road because, yeah, there's nothing. Definitely resting because we're down to 14 minutes. So, yes, let's turn around. Turn around, bright eyes. That's a song, if you don't know. Part of a song. It's not the name of the song. I'm acting as slap happy as a tired trucker. I guess that helps with the immersion and the role play, right?
Turn left.
I'm not turning left.
Recomputing.
You do that. Now I'm just screaming and getting mad at the GPS. It is time to rest. Whoa, now. Oh, goodness, really? It is definitely time to rest. Sorry, I was drinking again. Water, just water. Before you're like, no wonder you ran into the pole. No, not that. Yeah, I don't really need that on a trip like this because there's enough damage to the truck as it is. Just driving 4,000 miles.
Rerouting.
So I think I'm going to need to kind of go that way to clear the fence. And please don't let there be another truck there because it's going to be hard enough to get out of here. Come on. Thank you. I always worry about these. They have barely any room to let you do things. So yeah, we literally had no time to spare, which I guess is good. That means we maximized our travel time, right? But of course that means that the daylight hours are not any longer than they were yesterday. I guess I'm going to go over the curb here. Oh, no, I cleared it amazingly, assuming I don't do any damage. So I guess I'll go up this way to the right. Because I can then, oh boy, I'm going to go across and hopefully this guy will give me enough room. This is not good. Because yeah, it's a little bit of those slightly long trailers and come on. I mean, I got in here. You gotta let me out. Oh boy. This is not good. I'm gonna try again. Unfortunately, I'm almost trying to... I think it's gonna let me go. Now the question is, am I gonna be clear of him? Maybe not. No, maybe I'm okay. Alright. Wow. Alright, so that's an ADM up there. Oh, that police officer at least didn't come down and yell at me for destroying their fair city. I'm just going to turn here. I wasn't going to, but...
Finding a new route.
Why? I'm sure this is kind of the way you want me to go anyway.
Turn right.
She's just so rude. Those guys have been here all night. I don't understand. I wonder if they live in their truck. Anyway,
Go straight on.
I'm having way too much fun with my imagination, obviously. So there's a Centex and an ADM, so there's 3 potential places to deliver from here, so that's not too bad. And maybe it'll, give me some origination points and give me a little bit of a different possibility, although I'm sure it'll just take me out to the interchange and take me south of here along the way, but we'll see. But once again, we're ultimately just trying to get to like level 25 to 30, depending on when my patience runs out, and I say, nah, I want to own my own truck finally.
Turn right.
And some of that is once I really, have unlocked most of the truck options. Right now, there's being under level 20, there's still certainly far too many. And that's why, like I said, I think 25 gets us probably 90% of everything.
Get ready to turn right.
90% of everything being available.
Turn right, and then turn left.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going... Turn right and then turn left. What? Okay. Obviously she doesn't know what she's saying.
Turn right.
Okay, well now she fixed herself, but she did say turn right and then turn left. I know I'm not hearing things. Alright. So onward and upward, 655 miles. We spent 13 miles of gas in the town. And that was obviously getting to the place where I can sleep. The good news is we avoided the sleep penalty. Bad news is obviously we probably spent 10 minutes fumbling around Dawson Creek, and before we got back here on 97 and 2. So yeah, this is the eastern side of Mexico that we're going to. So unlike one of the earlier trips where we went down that little spit of Baja, we are not going over there. So it is not going to move us as far over as California. I think we're going down through like Utah and those states. I don't know. Got my foot over the brake here. It might be too late. I mean, it won't be too late now, but yeah, I needed to slow down. I'm glad I did. That would have been really irritating. All right, so we're in Alberta. We are still heading east. That's what I was trying to figure out is, are we going south already? And we are going southeast, so now that we've turned a little bit again, and looks like we continue in that general heading. So, hopefully we're getting closer to the U.S. border a little bit at a time. So I don't know, maybe I have a little bit more affinity for Canada now, because in my other simulation, farming simulator, that I spend the vast majority of my time in Farm Sim Network, FSN. If you haven't checked that out and have some interest, I've got a many episode series about Misty Hills Agriculture, which is my business entity that I operate in Farm Sim Network and have done for a long time. coming up on a year pretty soon in a few months. We are moving from the great state of Ohio, where we were on a map called Seneca County that was hilly, so we called our server Hilly Seneca. We are moving up to a map that was created up in Saskatchewan with called Shellbrook Creek, which is a real location according to the map author. Looking it up on Google Maps, I found it's at the same north, I think it's latitude, that Edmonton is, which I think Edmonton is in Alberta, if I'm correct, which is where we're in now. So I don't think we're getting all the way over to Saskatchewan here, but, I'm going to have my home up in Canada, in Saskatchewan, as soon as they get the server set up and we can get playing on it, which hopefully will happen in the next couple weeks. And so, driving a truck up here, I'm a little closer to home than I was just even a week ago. Because up till then, I don't know that we had even known. I guess a week ago. It was a little over a week ago, because I think I submitted my ticket to move our server on Valentine's Day, and we're a little over a week past that. So I am recording this on Wednesday the 23rd, the day after Tuesday, which was 2/22/22, and which was nice, We're not going to get to live through another one of those ever, because there is no 3/33/33, and even if there was, that's a really long time away. Hopefully someone's finding this more funny along with me. Maybe not. If so, I'm sorry I'm irritating you. Bear with me. But yeah, that's how I remember. It's the date, because it's just a little easier to remember given how much everyone was making for a while of yesterday coming up. But yeah, so submitted the request, and we've been in the process of moving along, so they shut down our old server this last weekend, which is partially then what's giving me this time to do this. So for those of you who have been dying for episode 9 of Coast to Coast, you can thank that situation for freeing some time up, because otherwise it would be in the middle of spring or early spring at this point, and I'd likely be on a map planting this morning rather than in a truck driving. So there would have been more time waiting for this episode to come out, but instead I know I'm going to have days and days yet still, because we haven't even started to select our fields and our home plots, and that's going to take some time, and then they've got to get the map set up and move us in, and yada yada yada. So I felt comfortable enough that I think I can get this run wrapped before that, because the other thing that is in the back of my mind is that 1.44 release we talked about. So if you've not played ATS or ATS, where you've run longer runs that you then don't finish in one sitting, which this will certainly be one of those, because looking at the time, I've got maybe 20 more minutes till I'm going to have to pause my road trip here.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Okay. In fact, it's being honest, and I think that will be the road then that takes me south to America. I don't know why, but the Eddie Murphy movie Coming to America jumped in my mind. I probably do know why, because it was referenced in an article the other day, so hadn't thought about that movie in a long, long time. So, not like it was floating around at the top of my memory bank, but please let me in. Thank you. Whoops. I need to turn on my GPS, not press whatever that other button was. Not even sure what that does. I'm not seeing anything strange, so I think I'm okay. Must do something I didn't need at that point, or that didn't affect it. But either way, we're moving along. So yeah, we're heading south 500 miles before we run out of fuel. Certainly, obviously, plenty of time. We've got almost 11 hours. So I think we'll get to the U.S. in this stretch, but anyway, yeah, when you've got to save, if somehow they release the patch between, what it does is then says, well, just to make sure there aren't any crazy problems with your game, we've parked your truck in a safe spot and we've canceled your trip. And I don't want this trip to be canceled. I would like to finish it because it's a lot of money and it's a lot of distance, and it would also make for a quirky episode if I just said, we are done now. They took my truck and set it down here and took my dynamite out of the back. And took the whole trailer, because it's not mine either. And the tractor, so they just take the whole truck. How about that? So that has been a bit of my hesitation, and I'm hoping it honestly won't be my undoing, because sometimes when they start talking about those things, then just a few days later they release it. But, I knew it was coming, and I was kind of like, well, obviously these things take a while. And I think the last episode took 3 or 4 actual days before I had the time to drive it. Actually, maybe the episode 2 before that, because the last one was only, like I said, I think it came in under 3 hours, so I may have done that in a couple days at most. But knowing there was a possibility snagging something like this that is going to be theoretically 6 hours, it's pretty challenging for me to get more than an hour or 2 in a stretch at this point. And so that definitely turns into at least 3 days usually before I can get it done, and I'm just hoping they don't release 144 in that time. My guess is, given that I tend to run a couple weeks between windows to do this, that it'll probably be released before the next time, but as long as I'm not actively running a load, it doesn't matter, because then it just works. I mean, the only way it would matter is if suddenly the coast-to-coast map or the Mexico maps wouldn't function, which is a possibility with any version update they do. So that may then turn into a longer window. So if you're paying attention to the game, you're paying attention to the channel. If I'm gone for a really long period of time, it might be because of that, which is why I've always been a little leery of doing series that rely on additional maps, even something like Pro Mods, because it's not uncommon for Pro Mods to take 2 to 3 weeks to update itself for the new patch. And there was a time, I think between like 141 to 143, where I think they came out with the patches like almost one after the other, like a month or 2 apart. It was very fast, so it was like by the time they fixed Pro Mods, you would have been able to use it for a few weeks, and then you would have been unable to use it again. And if you've ever used Pro Mods, the other thing with Pro Mods is, because it's so large, especially on ETS, which is normally where I would use it in a series, I would use it, which is why I don't have a European truck series going right now. Is it takes several hours in my case to download the files and then you've got to get them installed, make sure they're working. So it is a process every time that happens. So while I enjoy things being updated, things being added, again, how much am I going to get out of the new unmarked roads capability? I'm not sure. But, they're updating road networks. I know they're redoing a lot of California on ATS. I heard in Austria they're doing stuff, I think, with Vienna, making it a lot more realistic. So they're basically circling back to kind of the original maps that were in the game, and as they've stated in their updates, with all the new technology, the new techniques they've learned, like they know they can make it massively better, and so they're giving that to the community, in essence free of charge, which is terrific, because it's not like we're paying for patches or upgrades for ETS. We just pay for added expansion territory. And I think it's an excellent way to do it, because it introduces new things, or if nothing else, at least gives you the mental checklist of, hey, they're actively working on the game. So even though like unmarked roads might not be something that I'm going to take huge advantage of, and it might be, I might be like, hey, let's go run around and let's check all this out. I know they're doing it, and so therefore, I know that, hey, they're thinking about what they can do, and maybe the next thing will be super exciting for me, where unmarked roads is a bit average. I mean, I would say it's probably above average a bit, because it's certainly not something I wouldn't do, but like something that has had little interest for me, partially because of the limitations, and partially because, frankly, I have a hard enough time getting something like Truckers MP to work for me consistently anyway. Is the multiplayer stuff they added, I think, in 1.4.1 with the convoys. But they're limited to 8 players, and so it's not like you're on a server with hundreds or thousands of people like you are with Truckers MP. And again, it's not like you're seeing, like we have here, unless I'm in a convoy on Truckers MP. Day and Ross. I know them well. They definitely are a Canadian company. So, very nice to see that here. Let me look. I'm coming up on an intersection. Okay, so I need to go left and then right. Oh, and here we go, Edmonton. So we've actually been north of Shellbrook Creek, and at this point, we're exactly where I would be on my farm. So just east of here. But we're not going that way. All right. So we'll follow the Day and Ross truck here. And then we turn right. All right, but we are getting on some new roadway here. Oh, having a hard time going up this entrance ramp. Look at that. It's like Las Vegas in Canada. I didn't know Edmonton looked like that. Ha ha ha. I guess I'll just stay in this lane, because I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Yep. So here, I guess I've gone through here before. I just didn't go down this road because I had to get gas and or rest. So but at least we'll get to unlock some of this, or add it to our discovered network. I guess it's not really unlock, but looks like we've got something going on here. So we'll move over. A little bit of a fellow trucker breakdown. Oh wow, a log truck rolled over. That's something you probably could see in Canada. So So yeah, when I'm filming this, we're in the middle of the truckers' protest, quote unquote. I say it that way because, yeah, I work in the industry, and I've seen the Canadian Truckers Alliance, one of the largest representatives of truckers, has come out with a release a week ago saying that most of the people involved in the protests have no connection to the trucking industry, and that this is all just a political game for some other purpose other than, hey, we're upset about vaccines and this and that. I'm not quite sure why he just started to stop there. I'm glad I was able to dive over. And so, yeah, I mean, it potentially gives trucking a bad name with people, which is something that I'd prefer not happen, given that there's an impact to my livelihood when something like that happens. But the impact we're all facing here in Canada and the U.S. is, it's causing supply chain disruptions, which is just making inflation and stuff worse, because that's kind of what happens when you have supply chain disruptions, and so that it just works to those folks who want to destabilize things, which is not me. Alright, so I've got to pull in for an inspection somewhere here. I'm not seeing... Oh, there it is. I'm not seeing it on the map. Usually you're almost having to slam on the brakes immediately to pull in, so I was hoping it wasn't one of those that was off in town and now I can't get to it, but there it is. I was going to say it looks like I used it before, but no, this is one of those that just as you go by this segment of road, it discovers the way station along with the road. So, alright, so we'll see how heavy we are with our dynamite. 70,000 pounds. That is not a light truck. You know what? At this point, I'm going to actually stop here because I'm close enough to when I need to stop, and it's a lot cleaner to just start from a dead stop. Alright, so I'm back here, ready to be moving again for a little while. So we've got about 7 hours till we have to rest, about 282 miles till we're out of fuel. So we'll see how this all plays out. Again, assuming we'll be out of Canada, but unfortunately we'll just be on Montana. So more than likely at this point, the next fuel stop we see, the next rest stop we see, unless it's really soon, is probably where we're going to take our break here. So we'll see what happens. So as far as real time here, this is the afternoon of the day that I started this drive on, so I am still on the same day. Obviously, no update that has stopped me from proceeding yet. Oh, goodness. Well, this doesn't help, going up this giant hill right after we were just starting to go. It would have sloughed off speed anyway, but it's even worse now that I think we were only up to 50 miles an hour. So, let's see. We're down to 23, 22. We're going to get below 20. We're speeding up a bit, so we're in 5th gear, I think. Or no, 7th gear. And speeding up, as I said, so hopefully we'll be able to stay on some sort of ground that gives us the ability to get ourselves up to the 75 that I have the cruise control set to. But I think we're still climbing a bit, so while we are speeding up, is slow. So we're getting right up to the point where Sim Dashboard is telling me 5 hours. Whoops. A little bit of drift there. Looks like we've got some activity on the other side, either an accident or construction. Looks like construction late at night here. 10:30 on a Wednesday. These guys are working pretty late. Alright, well, we're finally up to 60. Make sure we don't need to get off here. Nope. So we continue on, even if it somehow tells us otherwise.
Go straight on.
Alright, so we're heading to Calgary, and I think again Edmonton's a good 600 kilometers north of the border. So you know, when we started heading down from there, we still had like 400 miles or so to go. So maybe we won't get out of Canada before we have to stop again. Not sure, but I guess we'll see. Guess I didn't realize the rumble strips were right on the edge line here, but good news is we are right up there. Again, we won't get to 75. We'll probably cap out at 73. I forgot that was pretty much the most this truck could seem to get itself to do, because it looks like from the gear shift this is a 10 speed. Oh boy. Alright, let me take a look here. So just seems early. Because again, if I do this, I'll be all the way up to 8 a.m. I have 6 hours. So I know I can continue for a while. Alright, I'm going to hope I can get right to the border. I'm going to stop for gas, but I'm going to keep on going to get a little deeper into the night and hope that I'm not going to regret it later. But that's my decision, because at this point it's just too early. It's only 11 p.m. And again, having 6 hours that I can continue, it just seems like I'm throwing away at least 3 hours of drive time. Alright, so we are full. Only a couple minutes spent here at the gas station. That car really wants to go. Not that I have much of a choice, but I'm like, we'll let him, because I really don't want to be playing chicken with him somewhat with my truck. Other than me running into that pole, it's been a pretty clean drive, so can't complain. Sad thing is, obviously, we just got up to speed and then slowed down again to get gas, but it's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. So we'll be moving along, and yeah, looks like we've still got some decent amount of time here in Canada, so if I can, I've got to try to remember that this route out of Yukon is starting to look like it's going to be 1,500 miles in Canada before we even get into the U.S., so there's a good amount of distance here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if we've gone... So I think we went from the Yukon Territory to Florida, because I'm just trying to figure out if that would somehow be longer, but I vaguely recall that we went from like Fort Lauderdale up here, so... And that was, you know, in the high 3,000s, but... So we're probably really knocking on the door of just about the farthest we can go. I mean, I would imagine we're at best going to eke out 100 miles, maybe. Maybe we'll top 4,100 at some point, but just not sure that there's any way. The only thing, obviously, I haven't gone up, toward Maine or anything. And then maybe heading there down into Mexico would somehow, because it would be a little bit of a sea, I guess. We'd be going a little further west to then perhaps come back east like we are at the city we're going into now. Oh, look at that. We got to 75, but I think that's because we were going downhill. So I'm not quite sure that we're going to really be able to do that. So as long as we pass, there's a city. I'm going to do kind of a no-no here. I'm going to, in essence, side draft with that car and scare him to the point of letting me in because I don't want to slow down. So I'm definitely not driving terrifically for what I'm doing here, but
Go straight on.
It's what we've got to do with an important delivery. Now, this almost looks like we'd have street lights here the way they've got this designed, but there's no speed limit change, so we'll plow on through and hope. What is happening now? Alright, that isn't a hard curb. This is probably going to be something I'm going to regret because I'm not sure that he's knowing that I'm even over here. Alright. That was a mess. Alright, so we're coming up on Calgary. We're probably going to have about 4.5 hours left till I have to rest. So that actually, comfortable that should be okay. Because I do know there was, spaces I can rest here, but not really necessary to do that. As I have time, and 4 hours, 41 minutes. Why couldn't that light have turned a little bit earlier? I didn't realize this, in essence, takes us through town. We should be okay with that green light. I just don't know. It looks like there's cars stopped, so I think there's another light beyond there. Just a matter of, are we going to hit it before? And it sure looks like we are. We're going to have to... Oh, there's 2 lights. Good news is they change together. At this point, I would imagine they're going to speed up faster than me, so I'll put my cruise back on. Because, I'd like to get as far as I can with this segment of time. I've got, basically maybe an hour that I can drive here. And maybe I'll revisit it this evening. Why is he going so slow? The speed limit is 69. Alright. Because, truck on the right is passing us. This is ridiculous. We're going to then have cars pulling ahead. I'm not thrilled with this, because, they're going to pull over to pass, and then they're going to slow down, just like they did there, where they put the brakes on when they make a passing move, and not enjoying the Canadian traffic the way it's playing out right now. But we'll see when we can get back up to speed, and we're down, we still have almost 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 26 minutes till we have to rest, so I think we're okay. And then, like I said, looking at the time, it's actually maybe like 50 minutes that I have. So I might be able to eke out another total of 1,000. This is just not if I keep doing this. Literally every time I'm getting up to full speed, I'm having to do something to slow down again. Haven't had one of these runs in a while, but I'm clearly having one now. So if I sound a little frustrated, I guess it's because I am. Because I just would like to make the trip and not have to keep playing this game. Because now I'm also behind all that traffic I had passed. A little heavier, probably because we have more fuel. But not entirely sure if that's why. But yeah, I mean, I've got all kinds of traffic here. Am I done with that block at least? It looks like it, so at least I can merge without incident and slowing down further. But yeah, we started just south of 3,000 miles when I sat down for this segment. So yeah, if I can get below 2,000 by the time I'm done, I'll consider that a victory, and meaning that we'll be a little over halfway on our run. And then it's just a matter of time of I'll probably pick up a little bit more time this evening before I head off to bed. And certainly, nothing's scheduled because our FSN servers are still likely far from being ready. And that's normally my draw in the morning. On a Friday morning it might be a little different because I do a few things that I try to get done on the channel before the weekend, again, farming sim related, but we'll go ahead and do what we can. I still think it would be wishful thinking to think that it will be done tomorrow morning, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. So yeah, it was obviously I was a little bit more talkative this morning. Just after a day of working, having a little bit more of a challenge to think of something witty or entertaining to say. Again, we're driving in the dark, obviously. We are down to 3 hours. Sorry, I'm looking at the sim dashboard as I drift off the road there. So I think we'll be okay on the rest, because obviously we've been going for a bit and we've only consumed an hour and a half of game time since I spoke with you last. Sorry about that, yawning, getting a little tired myself. Feeling in sympathy with my virtual driving self, who needs a rest too after, at this point, 11 hours driving today. But we know it's coming. It's not coming at this point because it was on a stretch of road that was going south. We're heading east. So at this point, we're not on the area where we will see the stop. But I trust within the 3-hour window that we will get there. Now we're southeast, so it could be on here. I don't know that it'll indicate straight south, but obviously we'll see it. And I'm imagining there's a rest area on both sides. The icon seemed to be a bit more on the opposite side, but it's pretty rare on these expansion maps to have rest area just on one side, especially on an interstate-like road like this. Since we're up in Canada, it's not interstate, maybe it's interprovince. I don't know how they refer to them, or maybe they just refer to it as Canada Route 4. My goodness. Just look away for a second and this thing is off the road. Thank goodness for rumble strips. Otherwise I'd be off in the grass, I think. Alright, 2 hours and 43 minutes. If we start getting below an hour and a half, I may be getting a little bit nervous, but obviously an hour and a half is still going to give us another 100 miles or whatever. I'm pretty comfortable we'll be okay on gas. Although we are almost down to half a tank already. I guess we just passed 3/4. I guess that's the way the gauge lives on Sim Dashboard. It's not much of a trip from 3/4 to a half in the angle department, so it just looked like it was nearly half, but it really truly was just pointing past 3/4. We've got 450 miles to go till empty, so we've certainly got probably more miles than time at this point. But yeah, again, we're driving deep into the night, which means we're gonna be getting up at 1 or 2 in the afternoon. There we go. Here is our rest stop. So probably right around 3 a.m. I think just to avoid any possibility of problems, I'm gonna top off the fuel here. And it looks like I've got an opportunity for a rest stop here. So I'm going to take it just in case somehow we can't do it on the other side. Alright. Oh, actually, I do want to go that way. Is he just driving through? Oh, I guess they kind of have you loop around the other way, so I'll do that, because otherwise it's going to be a challenge to park in the appropriate direction. Oh, goodness. It's going to be a challenge to park anyway. There's a lot of parked trucks here. It is 3 a.m., but my guess is, regardless of when I show up at this rest stop, the trucks will be the same ones. So let me go this way. Alright. And good night at 3:01. So very accurate to what I had estimated. The official fuel of NASCAR, Sunoco. Alright, well, in game time, we're under 100 hours till it's going to have us deliver. But obviously, again, we're not due till Wednesday at noon, so we're basically 6 days away, potentially, from what we need to do. So didn't realize it was going to merge that way, but again, this is better than the alternative. I'm assuming these are all just easy pass type lanes. Yeah, e-toll. So I can go through here. There we go, $25. And welcome to America. And there really isn't a rest stop on this side, so I'm glad I took advantage when I did. Alright, and now we're down to 55, 75 maybe. But obviously, again, we know we can't do that. But we are in Montana. So we're at about 2,600 really. So it's about 1,400 miles on the Canadian side of our 4,000 mile trip. So Obviously, probably at least that much in the U.S. And then hopefully Mexico's the shorter leg, because I think it will be the slower speed limit leg for sure. So, good news is, obviously, we're rested, we're fueled. We can go as fast as this will let us go. And at least in this space, we're still in coast to coast, because Montana's not released by SCS yet, which means right now the distance between items on the map will be favorable to us, because the hope is there isn't going to be any kind of a way station asking us to slow down anytime soon. But we'll plow along. It was another 15 minutes or so in Canada in this session. So, not too bad. And now we're going through the United States, but still expansion map United States. I don't know what kind of car that is. I just know it's an older one from when I was younger. But my family never had one of those. None of my friends had one of those. I've just seen them around on the road, but I couldn't tell you what they are. I'm sure someone could. Feel free to drop a comment in the comments if you know, or think you know. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to verify, but Montana looks strangely similar to Canada. Pine trees and road. Nothing else to see. So yeah, sadly, if I try to have a discussion kind of like we did before, just about stuff going on in the world, there's nothing really great going on in the world, so kind of intentionally staying away from the topics, because not going to make very fun listening, and my goal is not to scare people away with stuff like that, so I guess I'd rather be silent on the video than delve into that too much. A little bit of fun that we had over the last few weeks was certainly watching the Olympics. My wife and I enjoy doing that when they're on. So we've been doing that, and that has been, I'm pretty sure, during the time I've been away from doing this and driving the Coast to Coast series. So in that interim, the entire Olympic Games in Beijing took place. So there were definitely some fun points. Obviously, everybody's probably looking at the Olympics a little bit from their own country's perspective, so what I say is fun for others may not be, because they may have likely preferred that one of their athletes win or do well, but in many cases they might have if you happen to be from Norway and you're watching this. As always, you guys had a great Winter Olympics from the medal count standpoint. If you're from Germany, it looks like I think all of your gold medals came from bobsled. But hey, that doesn't really matter. It still was, I think I saw Germany had 12, so definitely a good top prize showing. And again, not unheard of. Germany's always been, as long as I can remember, good at the bobsled and deluge and so forth. But and there were some surprises in how things went. And anybody that watched knows there was a unpleasant surprise, so once again, we'll stay away from opinions on that. There's nothing we can do to change it at this point, just hopefully people can learn from it, just like anything else, good or bad. There's usually always lessons that can be taken to make improvements. So hopefully that will be done. All right, at this point we are below 2,500 to go. So that's pretty good. We're obviously not halfway yet. We need to get under 2,000, which is the target for this entire spurt here. And obviously I'll keep going if I happen to get there and have time. But yeah, I'm not sure. Half an hour, 450 miles. Seems like that would be about right. Again, some of that's going to depend on what we hit for way stations, if we have to stop and so forth, because that can add a few minutes here and there, certainly. But if we're able to stay at speed, I think we can do it, but we'll see. So yeah, I'll be curious. There have been no new map announcements. There's been nothing on the ETS front. It's just Russia. Obviously, Texas and Montana are the two that we're waiting for from SCS on this simulator. And I don't blame them for not doing anything other than Russia on the European side, because I don't know exactly how much landmass that is, but I know it's gigantic, and if they're doing the whole thing, it is called the Heart of Russia, so maybe they're not. But whatever they're doing, I'm sure is still going to be a substantial addition to the ETS universe. But no, at this point on this run, I am just kind of definitely at that point where it's like, all right, bring on the SCS environments, because there's just a lot more variety. And I'm at my threshold here for tolerance of the same scenery, as I'm sure you are if you've been watching. But I'm assuming if you've been listening this long, you're probably just got it on in the background and listening to the audio just to see what's happening. Pass the time away. So, yeah, the car passes me and then hits its brakes. I don't understand ATS AI. It almost seems like it's the lack of ATS AI. It's just artificial stupidity in how the traffic tends to do things, but luckily it didn't impact me. I thought I was going to have to slow down the way it worked to begin with, but now it appears it's going a little bit faster than we are. Of course, as I say that, now it suddenly looks like I'm reeling him in a bit. So, just to spite me, it's going to cause me a problem, but we'll see. But the sky is definitely clouding up a bit, so we may be heading into some rain, or we may just be looking at some clouds up in the air. Who knows? Heading into basically mid-afternoon. And then we'll see. But no, at least if I get on the SCS maps, there's more exits, more variable scenery. Sometimes you'll be passing through or near large cities. So even here, like, I'm sure Calgary is may not be as big as the top 3 cities we have, like Chicago, New York, or LA, but I'm sure it's still a decent size to, say, Columbus, Ohio, or Indianapolis, Indiana. Let me just make sure. At this point, it's almost too late, but so, no, I keep going. So at this point, like I said, I think I'm going to be not discovering a whole lot of new roads, but it'd be nice to be pleasantly surprised, but somehow I'm thinking that is not going to happen. I mean, I know for certain there's just this one road north-south on this area of the Montana map, so I know there's not going to be anything new here. But then I'm thinking, we'll enter part of Idaho, maybe. But, we'll take a look if we do that, how things go, and because, I'm not sure if this comes in by, can't think of the name. Starts with an S, I think. That somehow salmon is jumping in my head, but I'm almost certain it's not that. But I do know it goes very abruptly from the coast-to-coast map here into the SCS content. Maybe these mountains that are popping up are the edge of that, but I'm not sure. We'll know shortly. It looks like it's an interchange, if nothing else. I think we've got lights of some sort. That's a rest area. And gas station, 380 miles, and, almost 10 hours, so definitely no need to stop. But it looks like here we've discovered the road and the exit, and the station, so no new discoverable here. Not even a little segment of road like we get for something similar for this in the U.S., but I was just getting ready to move over right. I'm like, I've been in the left lane way too far, but there's a car next to me there now, so we'll stay put. And my guess is we'll probably be catching the other car before we know it, and want to be over here anyway. So now it's even less interesting to look at, just a bunch of grassland. The trees have gone away. Alright, that car's finally there. I was like, he's pretty much in my blind spot. I have no idea where he is. I just know I saw him coming up alongside and knew I needed to watch out. Alright. Move over into the right lane, because it doesn't look like we're catching them anytime soon, and it's just the right thing to do. So we're coming up on 2250 to go, so we've got a good shot here, because we've got almost a half hour that I can devote to this still. So I think we'll be having a good shot at getting below 2,000, unless we get... There are some areas, certainly on the main maps, or official maps, where we'll go through stuff in Utah, for example, where the miles do tick down slower for a good length of time, but thinking we'll hit this well before that, but I could be wrong. Little SUV there. It's just interesting how there was so much more traffic at 1 or 2 in the morning than there is now in the afternoon. But again, we are in Montana. It's a pretty remote area of the world, but we're not able to run realistic traffic, so don't think it's an impact from that, but who knows. Could be time of day. It is basically work rush hour, but it's not like the game simulates that when you're in big cities or anything, so technically I should be going a little bit slower, so I'll slow down to 70. I guess it dropped from 75 and I hadn't seen that. Yeah, I'm actually getting tired for real, so this is the one thing, I guess, well, you could say it's a testament to how realistic it is that, just like when you're driving for a long time, sometimes you get to feel a little tired when nothing's going on in particular that needs your attention. That's exactly what I'm feeling like, just kind of like behind the wheel, little highway hypnosis. So we shall see, but obviously we're moving along pretty well. Because at this point I'd say we've put like 300 miles on since we entered the U.S. It seems like a lot. Or maybe, no, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't quite that much. Maybe we were at 2,400. No, but even if we were at 2,400, yeah, we're at, I guess, 200 miles, so. But I'm sure that means very shortly we'll be on the official map, and it might actually be starting here, where our side goes to the only one discovered. And yeah, I think this gets us right there, and then we're very quickly on to a town. I forget what this is, but we should be able to see it shortly. No, this might still be... I don't think we're in Canada. I think we're in the U.S. We are. Okay, Idaho Falls. So we've actually been in Idaho for a little while. Just doesn't seem to have a sign. But yeah, 8 hours and 8 minutes. So no reason to stop, but now at least we are in official content zone, so that will give you a little bit more to be entertained with at this point than what we've had before. So yeah, we'll go through Idaho. I think we then just drop down into Utah right away. Not sure if it's going to take us into any of California. I don't know that it really should. So, but we'll just follow where she tells us to go, and at least now we know, the GPS is going to be in a working order. It's going to give us good directions here. We don't have the issues that we have in the coast-to-coast map, where she gives wrong directions. I don't know that I've run into it that much on the Mexico map. I think she's pretty good at being correct there, but I think I've just developed the habit of checking. So, alright, it looks like Pocatello was 54 miles away. That is still in Idaho, a little ways in Idaho, so we're probably 150 miles away from the southern border. Alright, here's a rest area that we had just gone by before, so we'll go by it again. Way too early to stop. '86 west. I'm not intentionally weaving back and forth, it's just kind of the movement of my hand at this point is causing enough of that to be going on. Right, so I'm assuming we need to be over to the left, but I guess we'll find out in a moment. But I would be surprised what just happened. I don't understand. Somehow my GPS went off. I don't know if I inadvertently hit something, but anyway, so Pocatello's in a couple miles. Don't know if that's the town itself. Yeah, I guess it is. I see it popping up a little bit on the mini-map, but we're not close enough to discover it. So it'll go by yet again undiscovered, which I think will be its lot until we get, a delivery here. I almost hit the guy in the right lane. Need to pay attention. I don't want to cut off early, but I also don't want to just drive recklessly and get in an accident in the game either, because that'll just prolong everything and definitely complicate everything. Alright, all trucks in the right lane. Well, that's where we are. And a way station. Is it going to make us stop? I'm sure it will. But we had a decent run, so I guess I won't complain, but it does say it's open, and therefore, usually when it's open, it doesn't bypass us too often.
Finding a new route.
But clearly the last time through here, I had to do the same thing. Alright. So now we're below 71,000, but we also only have 183 miles until empty, so yeah, it looks like I don't really get even a full day of driving on the tank of gas that I've got here. Alright, I think that car stopped. Alright. Well, we're definitely getting more into the rain cloud, where before it was white clouds, but now these are gray. So I'm thinking we might have something on the way. Alright, it looks like it had us exit here before. So we'll see what it says, but oh, maybe I exited to go to the gas station. So we'll at least discover this little segment under the bridge, because I would be surprised if we needed to exit here. It doesn't look like we do. And yes, barring some major catastrophe, we're definitely going to get under 2,000 miles in this session, which is excellent. Because, yeah, we're almost there, so. Salt Lake City's, I think, 102 or something. Didn't quite see it clearly, but we might get that far because we got 160 miles. So if it is just 102, we're probably okay. Got 6 hours, so I don't need to rest. Traffic picking up again at night here. Hopefully nobody decides to cut over. Because, yeah, they're not headed to the rest area, but slowing down to let that truck in there. But we have come this way before, as you can tell. The love bug, Herbie. Right color and everything. Peter Pan. I think every time I see it, I say, I don't know if that's a real bus company or not. But it does show up in game. But could be fictional, I suppose. But if they're not, I'm sure their motto's something like, we fly you there or something. Alright, so we're officially in Utah. So we're out of Idaho, moving down through the states. So I thought it was going to be another way station that quickly, but it's just the gas, food, lodging, attraction sign. But yeah, we won't be heading toward Boise, I believe, so. And it doesn't look like, yeah, anything goes off that way. So we'll just keep heading the way we're heading. Yep, Ogden and Salt Lake, definitely want to be going in that direction. 379 miles till we get to the other side of the state. And it looks like I'm kind of getting to the point where it's time for me to stop, because I've gotten the call. We're running out of fuel. Was I not paying attention? Obviously not. So maybe what I will do is get myself to the next gas station that I can, and let's see. Do I want to go that far off the map? Because I can go there. Yeah, I don't think I have a choice, because you can see there's not much. It's not like Salt Lake is anywhere. I also haven't discovered Ogden, but I don't know if this is going to give me Ogden. There's a little bit of a temptation to... Nah, this is shorter. There's a little temptation to maybe go and discover Salt Lake, but because that obviously, I know it's got like 5 or so delivery points, but I don't know that in this current state we would take anything from there anyway, so we'll just do this, as it's a much shorter drive from the interstate, and I'm not taking a chance that I run short, because while I don't think it's 82 miles, which is what I have left till empty, I can't guarantee that. So, but what that means is we will be just short of being under 2,000. We're at 2,009 right now. So, but we're close enough for government work, and given that it was, whatchamacallit,
Go straight on.
you know, 4,065 or whatever, like we're still more than halfway there. Not by much, but we are more than halfway there. So I'm going to fill up, and we will take off from here in a moment. Obviously, you won't really notice much, but I will. So, see you in a bit. Alright, so now we're rested. Or not rested, we're fueled up. We've got a few more hours till we need to be rested. But I should be able to head around this way and exit out of here and get back on the road.
Go straight on.
Alright, and then we'll head on south, heading toward Utah.
Exit right.
Alright. And we've got about 5 hours till we need to be done. Alright, good news is, at least we don't have to stop here. So that is helpful. Oops, way too fast, but I don't think we're going to be able to go as fast as I'd like anyway. Well, now it's dropped down to 75. Initially, I saw it as 80. Or it was 75. I was thinking I could go 80, but once again, we know this thing tops out at 73, so... Oop.
Keep left.
I was getting ready to move over and then didn't. Okay, yeah, we just keep heading through here. So the way it looked on the main map, I thought maybe I hadn't gone through this area, but clearly I have. So at this point we are below 2,000 miles. But it's still telling us we got 4 hours and 15 minutes, so, you know, while it's taken us an hour and 45 to do this half, it's telling us it's going to take us another 4 hours to do the other half, so we'll see how accurate that is. But yeah, at this point we're getting close to the full speed that we'll be able to go. And I think at this point, we're past the entrance for Salt Lake and all that, or else we're coming up on it right here. I don't recall. Oh, we're actually going 74, which is nice. Just not sure if that's because, again, there isn't a little bit of a downhill here. So, driving along, I think we will end up going, well, we might not head toward Vegas. It may take us down more toward the east than that, than heading us over to Nevada, so I guess we'll see. But at this point, yeah, it's heading toward Vegas, so I mean, and that is right on the Nevada border, so it's possible it will just keep us 15 south all the way down. I don't know. Guess we'll follow it along. But yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours. Normally now on the SCS maps, I can usually get to within 2 hours and then still be able to find a rest area. So, unless there's one really close to that, you know, I'll likely keep moving along. But yeah, at some point we've got to get through Provo, which shouldn't be too far. Let's see what we've got here. Provo's, yeah, just 19 miles away, so we'll be there in a matter of a couple minutes, and at the pace these go at. And we will continue down through there, but actually I guess it's Primm and stuff that's further south. Provo is right near Salt Lake, so this isn't quite what I'm thinking, because when just driving the main map, there's a lot of exits that happen that take you toward Primm and then take you across over to Colorado and so forth when you're heading over to New Mexico and states like that. But at this point, I'm not sure if it's going to take us down through New Mexico, Arizona. Obviously, we can't go further than that because then I think we're into Texas, which obviously, well, on this map, I guess it does exist, so I suppose anything's possible. So yeah, here's price. So it does really want us to go that way? It does. Alright. So just before I slow down and do that, I want to make sure that it's really accurate. But this is the exit that normally heads over that way, so this will be all new discoverable road, which is good. Let's see. Is it green? Yes, it is. Awesome. Usually I get stuck on this exit, so that might be a first, but we've got a little ways through town here that doesn't go super fast, but it is, you know, kind of elevated and so forth, but we will have some lights, so But the good thing is, you know, now we've got
Go
another
straight on.
city discovered. So that is always a plus, just because it gives us more options. This is a super popular gas station, but should be clear. I was just worried around the turn if the trailer would be hanging out too much. So yeah, we got 3.5 hours, but I should be able to find another rest stop somewhere. Got the Macy's truck across the way. Definitely not seen one of those for a long time. But yeah, I'll go ahead and probably one of the next stops we come across, because now sitting at this light, we've gone from 3 hours and 21 minutes to 3 hours and 7 minutes. I always love that. These trucks stop, and then that's exactly what happens. The light turns green, although he's small enough, it looks like he's got enough get up and go that we're okay. Come on. These guys are not gonna let me in. I guess we're good. Unless, of course, they slow down. What did it say? Okay. Just wanted to be sure, because I thought it said go left, and I'm like, but I think it was just keep left, because obviously I need to merge, but... So yeah, Price is 53 miles away, so I'm not sure if this is taking me through that corner of Colorado, like by Durango and all those locations, but normally at this point I can start speeding up, although yeah, I need to drop this down to 65 as my cruise. So we'll be a little bit slower going this way, but I'm sure the distance is significantly less cutting across here than going in some other way, because as I said, 15 really, if we're heading to Vegas, would start taking us west. And we know we've got to get more to the east with the part of Mexico we're headed into. But yeah, let me move over because we've got a couple trucks here and I might be able to get by. Gotta be careful that he doesn't cut over on me. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Crazy boy. Oh boy. Well, committed now, and of course this could be really ugly because I've got no way to dive over. There we go. Got lucky yet again. And we've got stuff slowing down a bit, but I think it speeds up pretty quickly. I think it's just through this set of turns that we're slowed. Although these are a little bit quick too. And we'll get through this area. We might have to stop at this rest stop. Or not this rest stop, but this way station. Yep. So we're going to have a little bit of a slowdown, but alright. Let's see if that holds them up. Hopefully it will. Yep. Oh, come on, really? You know, he was slowing down. I don't understand. I hate those things when it does that. And then, yeah, because there was a policeman there, I was even worse. Well, can't help that, I guess. So we'll keep on going. I didn't even notice what the penalty was, but I'm sure it was substantial. I'm not sure here. Yeah, we'll pull over and head on over to the rest stop, because, yeah, now we're down to 1 hour and 42 minutes, so I think I'm going to need to... Oh, well, I can get off at the next exit and go to the next one. I'm kind of a little lost as to where I'm at, but now I understand. So this will get me a little bit further, and it might actually be a little bit easier to leave from there than the other one. So get off here. I'm just going to say she's going to give us a hard time because it's not the path she wanted us to take. But we've got to rest, or we're going to get a sleeping penalty. And at least at this point, it shouldn't be too bad. You know, I think we'll be there before 2. I am driving a little crazy. I just didn't want to wait for him and slow down even more. I'm thinking, yeah, the garage I won't be able to rest at because I don't own it. So this is the only rest stop, is over here. So we'll pull in and hopefully... There we go. Alright, so a little bit earlier, as we figured. So before noon, so we're at least going to get some more daylight this part of the run. Nice little truck headquarters. Alright. So we'll head back out, get on the interchange up there that we can see.
Let's find a new route.
Not quite sure where I thought it was taking us, but... Alright. Domino's Pizza. Not very good pizza, in my opinion, but I am a bit biased that I come from one of the best pizza cities in the world that I grew up in, so it's pretty hard for me to find pizza I really enjoy, because I know what it can taste like, and it's not usually what you get everywhere. Sad to say. And it certainly is not Domino's. Alright. That entrance is, you know, those entrances are always tough. It's pretty rare that I get off at Price, but that's what we needed to do here. So we're just about 1,800 miles, a little bit over. So we've put 200 miles more under our belt in the overnight hours, and we'll start another 14-hour cycle here and see where we get there. But, you know, this Best Buy is the outskirts of Price, so once we pass that, we'll be out into the open country again. And then we are south, so yeah, we're not going, I think, through Moab and those areas there. But yeah, so 65, yep. So we'll crank that up to 70. Because again, the more we can eat up the miles, the faster we'll get this dynamite where it needs to be. So I don't think this is the area where we get tumbleweeds. There are some areas of the map that happens on, but I don't believe it's in Utah. We'll obviously see that in a bit if it is, but I think we're pretty safe from it not being the case. So we're crossing the Price River again. We did that at one point. Obviously it happened again. But yeah, we've got, this is always one that is confusing to me, but yeah, we do go over that bridge. There's the train that just went by, so that's why there's a bridge, because there are train tracks, and that way we're not stuck, going over those. Alright, so we're clear there, and we'll see which way it's going to have us go. I guess it is Moab, so... I didn't think this took us there, but maybe it is, because I guess I do go through Moab a lot on certain routes, and this is obviously that route. So all the scrub and stuff out west here, pretty sparse, but at least again with the SCS maps, there's just enough with the signs and the reflector posts and everything that it just, even though it's kind of desolate like the other areas, it just looks better. Telephone poles, obviously it's got the mountains and so forth, the mesas rising up out of the desert, but those seem to be really fast-moving clouds. I don't think they normally go that quickly, but obviously they are now, so I don't know if that means anything or not, but we'll see.
Right, and then exit
Whoa,
right.
a little bit of jumping in the sky there. That was interesting.
Exit right.
Alright, so it says we're going east. Obviously then we're going to turn right, so we'll be going south. Clearly heading to Moab, so clearly I don't have a very good mental map. I guess I ended up way more in that intersection. So yeah, we've got the hole in the rock, or whatever it is. But yeah, so you can see Moab's 23, Monticello's 71. I'm assuming that's how they say it out here, but I don't know. I know some cities are not always pronounced the way that they are spelled or should be. So there's examples, that I share from time to time when people ask. I've been different areas of the country, or worked in, lived in, whatever. But most people know, if they know about the American Revolution, they know the French General Marquis de Lafayette. As you might imagine, there's several cities around the country that have that spelling and have that name, and so in Indiana, Lafayette, Indiana is one of them. But then in Tennessee, near where I had lived, they have Lafayette is how they say it. They don't say Lafayette.
Straight on.
And similarly, most people are familiar with Houston, Texas, but there is a county down in southern Georgia near an Air Force base, place I looked for a job at one point, and I was informed by the recruiter that when I go down and talk to them, it is Houston, not Houston. So, again, just to make sure that you're not offending the locals, and maybe you wouldn't offend them, but just make it feel like you are fitting in, or, at least had the decency to do a little bit of research, although I'm not quite sure how you find the pronunciation of small areas or counties without someone telling you that. I don't know that there's a whole lot of websites around that give you that information. But another city discovered here with Moab, so that's good. Again, it's in the center of the country, basically, so nothing we'll be using in the short term as we level up and try to drive all over the place. But it can come into play depending on, what I decide to do at times. I mean, it is good that we're going through other areas here and getting ourselves some additional discoverables or discoveries. So that's always nice. But we're done with Moab, and that hopefully means we're done with slow speed. But of course, we've got to get that right away here. Going around a blind curve again, doing what I shouldn't be doing, but with it being 2 lanes, I kind of was hopeful that it would be something like that. So we've got, I'm looking for rest, but I don't need rest, but I will potentially need gas. So discovered a new viewpoint here. So this is where we've got the hole in the rock, as you can see. Well, it just says the rock, but that you can see easily, but it says hole in the rock, and then it points to that. So it's a tourist attraction, which the parking is really on this side, I think. Because you got the elephants and the monkeys and the other tourist things that they've got up there. Alright, so we can go 75, or, well, now 70, which is good. And we head up over those hills, and I believe pretty soon we are out of Utah, but we'll see how that all goes. Little scraggly tree up there. Didn't slow down too much up that hill, so that is good. So we're cruising along. Some windmills up there out in the distance on the right. Just kind of going out of view. But definitely more fun to drive in the day. But once again, it's important. Oh boy, I'm not going to chance it. That's just going to be too much. Going around a couple blind curves up around a hill, so. And I think, honestly, once we get through here, we're at an intersection that I think we're going to be turning at anyway, so. And here come cars that, in theory, I might have avoided, but who knows. So most of the time we turn left here. So I'm going to assume that'll be the case. But we'll find out in a little bit once we move along. Truck's having a hard time with this little hill.
Keep left and then turn left.
So there you go. So yeah, my normal way through the map. So that ends up being the challenge. But yeah, kind of finishing up the town pronunciations. We're in Monticello or Monticello or however you pronounce it, Utah. And that's where we're at here, and now we're going to be leaving shortly after we go by this windmill and whatever else. And I think this is the area, like it turns 55 for a second and then drops down to 30, where I've actually gotten flagged before, so gotta be careful.
Keep right.
Maybe it's not, because there is a sign there. I don't know that it drops back down once there's a sign, but I could be wrong. But I'm hoping. There we go. It's up to 65. So that'll get us where we need. Dry riverbed or a very small trickling stream down there. Just trying to see if we're going to get back up to speed. And we've still got 300 miles of gas, so we're doing great on that. And then this might be the Colorado sign here. Yep, welcome to colorful Colorado. And then, yeah, we'll be very quickly in Durango, and then I think we'll head south and be heading on our way to Mexico. So we're doing pretty good. We're moving along at a pretty good clip. A little bit of farm field there. Police officer, no flag for speeding, but again, I'm trying not to go more than 5 over, so usually they let you go for that. But not always, so you never know. Yeah, it always tells you that, go straight on, but like you're not allowed to not go straight on unless somehow that's some kind of a hidden road that I've never tried. I don't know. Maybe that's my signal that I should check it out. So we're on Route 491 here through Colorado. I'm sure any of the folks in the area know it well. But, obviously trying to get down to Mexico, and then I'm sure we'll be going pretty slowly. But we'll see if we have to stop here. Here's my favorite 3-way triangle intersection.
And then turn left.
Alright, good. So we don't have to stop, which means I can turn here. Because otherwise you got to go forward and go all the way down. You can just see it on the little mini map. You got to go down to that way station otherwise, and if you're not going that way, if it's taking you this way, it ends up being like a 5 or a 10 minute detour per se. So it's not fun. So I'm glad we got the green light to not go there. Alright, so we've got that is clear. I think we're clear. Yep. Alright. We do have a light here. Looks like it just turned red, so we're going to have to stop. But it is only 25 through here, so. But this is normally about where you get flagged. Early on when I was just learning this game, I'm like, I don't see an area. I didn't think the GPS would guide me where I'd get a penalty, and then suddenly I got the fine for ignoring the way station. So, live and learn, but I know this place well. All right. So, moving along, once it turns. That was just, of course, when you're waiting, it seems like it's an eternal red, but obviously it really isn't. Why is he pulling ahead of me? I don't want him when the road collapses up ahead, but I guess I don't have a choice, because I don't think there's any turn-off that he might take. But I guess a ventilation shaft is less heavy than a trailer load of dynamite, or he's got a stronger tractor. That's the other possibility, obviously. Alright, it looks like the car's at least falling back, so that's a good sign. Once again, we'll see. Yep, and that nice thing is it gives you like this roller coaster downhill here, but then you get into these turns that then become a bit of a challenge. So just got to be careful, because I think these are like, 45 or something. So they are tight, but we are going uphill, so there's just a general slowdown anyway. So I didn't actually hit the brake because we slow down enough as it is. But then usually down here it gets a bit challenging because it's still tight, so I may have to hit the brake here. We'll see. Yeah, I probably again don't want to chance it. I'll maybe glide at least, and then we'll turn ourselves back on. There's Durango. As I said, that's where we're headed. Usually, I think there's a couple ways through town there. This is a permanent fire event. It's always there on the map with a couple guys over there with the logs and... Alright, so another discovery. I'm not sure how many delivery spots are here. They slow down to 25, so I've got to be careful so I don't get a speeding ticket. And I'm not sure which way it's going to have us go.
Keep right.
Okay.
And then turn right.
There we go. So that's the way it's going to have us go. Because I think I've gone both ways. I could be crazy, but yeah, this is a little bit of a busy little town with a bunch of interesting roads. But we kind of yield and get in here, and then we're good to go. I think we're gonna go straight.
Go straight on.
There you go. She answered that for me. So I think we're still okay. We've got over 200 miles on gas, so I'm gonna keep going. Because if I recall, this is a pretty tiny gas station, and it's a challenge to maneuver around, and given I've got that kind of longer trailer that I keep getting hung up on, I'm not going to tempt fate here if I don't need to. So yeah, this is definitely kind of slowing our pace going through this route here, but again, the GPS is giving us the most efficient route it can. So Santa Rita Drive, it looks like. Guess do a little looking around the area as I'm working through it here. So I do definitely enjoy the game a lot more with just the real companies and real trucking companies and stuff. It just, makes it feel like you're in the world there. And so yeah, so the gas station is there, and if you have to go in, you have to like turn left, go up around that entrance, and then like trying to turn around and get in and out of there is just really difficult. So I was hoping with the longer realistic light cycles that maybe we wouldn't have gotten caught at both of these lights, but the way they're timed, I guess you still do. And this looks like Dominica's Drive. Alright, so we got the arrow, then we'll get the green shortly after. and then we're out of town. And I'm thinking we're going to go right and up the hill, but maybe not. I don't know that I've ever gone straight, so I'm pretty sure we will go right and up the hill. Maverick Transportation. That one I don't know. But these other ones, certainly United Van Lines, a big famous mover. PTL. Also, pretty big fleet in the States. So yeah, I've just got to be careful because I'm almost positive it's going to have me go over there, and then I'm going to be diving over and have a problem. There we go. And then we go kind of doubling back a little bit. Like I said, kind of up the hill and around. And I've sometimes gotten hit for like running a red light here, but thank goodness it was turning yellow. We didn't. But yeah, this takes a little bit of doing to get up here. And then we speed up pretty quickly once we do that. There we go, we're at 60 once we hit that. And then I assume we'll get to 65 when it broadens up, if I recall. Yep, just as we leave Colorado. And so now we should be entering New Mexico, I believe. Yep. And I would assume this is then now going to take us to the border. We'll see if we join up somewhere else we've gone to cross the border. Alright, I gotta be careful that I don't go crazy, because I've got my police officer friend right there, so he did hit his brakes. He's probably checking our speed, but saying, well, they're only going 70, I'll leave them alone. I don't remember if this slows me down. It does, so I better be careful here, because he will immediately ticket me. So let's see, this might be no, not the intersect. No, it might be. Sometimes then we go right and immediately turn left and head down. That probably is what's happening here.
Keep right and then turn right.
So, heading toward Albuquerque and Farmington, but I don't think we go to either of those. I'll let this cement truck, actually he's in the far lane, but I have to be over here, and then I'm pretty sure it'll have me turn left at the light. Hopefully I can get there before the arrow turns, if that's the case.
Keep left and then turn left.
I'm not sure if the cement truck is going that way or not. I'm going to assume he's not, so that when the light turns, then maybe I can go around him. But we will see. Got a lot of school buses lined up there to the left. Right, yeah, he is not turning. Ah, this light doesn't stay green very long. Come on. It's only like 10 or 11 seconds. Cool. I was just worried we wouldn't be able to make it. Alright, I'm going to keep chancing it a bit, because we do keep finding more and more gas. Don't quite know why he didn't move over more than that to turn left, but gotta be careful. I'm still in town. Lots of police around here. Alright, so 45 there, and then I think 65 at the outskirts. 70 for a little bit at least. Hopefully for a long bit. There we go, Albuquerque 172. I'm not quite sure we're going to go all that way, but we'll find out. But it is starting to get a little dark. Still got almost 7 hours that we can go, so not in a hurry to stop yet. But it is nice that we've had more daytime, so. But I still think I have more than 2 or 3, no, maybe not, because right now it's telling me at this pace I wouldn't deliver till Monday, just before midnight, which then basically means I've got a day and a half, so it doesn't give me a lot of options for sleeping. So, as I said, this might be interesting on this kind of map, whether we're going to make this thing on time or not. It would be very unfortunate if I get some massive penalty for being late when I've really done everything I can within the legal limits to get there. But it's telling me 75 hours of game time to drive, 112 hours till I'm due. So obviously that gives me, 37 hours. I should be able to sleep 3 more times, but I'm not sure that's going to be correct. So hopefully we won't pass a police officer here, because this is one of those where it slows down a little because, oh god, there's a lot of cars, alright. And then it speeds up right away, but it just slows down because that gas station is there. But we're good. Alright, so we're under 1,500 miles to go. We're clearly not going to be below 1,000 when we get to Mexico, I don't think. Because that would mean we'd spend 500 miles in New Mexico, and I don't think that's possible. So that is likely why it's taking a while, because, like I said, Mexico tends to be 30-40 miles an hour. So we'll see how much I'm willing to push it before I take another break, because it is late and not necessarily a benefit of going insane right now, because it's going to take as long as it takes, and if I can do it without being super tired, that would be great, because there's really nothing I'm going to be able to do to get it done before I go to bed today. It's still, according to Sim Dashboard, 3 hours and 45 minutes. Alright, so now we're down to 100 miles till empty, so we're definitely in that window where when I see some gas, it's time to get some gas. I know I just passed some, but usually on this map it's not that difficult. So, and we are heading toward Albuquerque, which is a big city. I don't remember if we go near it or if we just head in its general direction. But either way, I think just around these next couple turns, we're going to be hitting an interstate that we may go a little bit east on. Because I better be careful. Because I'm thinking it might take me past Nogales. I don't know. I think that's in New Mexico. There is one in Texas too, I think. I don't know. I keep thinking of the wrong towns. I thought it was Primm and it was Price. So, like I said, my mental map certainly has something to be desired. Because obviously, just around the turn was wrong, because we're not seeing any interstate here. RNL Carriers again, another big carrier. So, like I said, it's just fun seeing companies I know or I've seen, or again, I had the privilege of working with floating around here in the game. So I'm glad the modders have taken some time to do the skin painting, and it's terrific. They keep adding more. A lot of these I think are Jazzy Cat, who's pretty well known in the ATS community. And, you know, usually every month they're adding another 5-10 skins into hundreds that are already there, so. Alright, I've got some crossroads. I'm assuming we're going to have gas here. If not, it's going to be just my luck, because now I'm down to 40 miles. Come on.
And then turn right.
There's really not gas? Am I really going to run out of gas on the main map because I pushed it? That just seems crazy. No. Alright, there we go. So we got one right there. Alright, Santa Fe is the town that I was thinking of that is up in an interesting spot where you tend to not get to it unless you're really going to it. But yeah, so I also think then this isn't taking me to the part of New Mexico that I think it thought it was, so. But yeah, the question is here, 32 miles. Are we going to have any difficulty getting to the gas station? I think it's literally the next exit, but in this game, that could be 10 miles away, even though I'm already seeing signs that say 1. But they don't count that way. So yeah, I'll need to exit and then head to the gas. Because yeah, we had the garage, but then south of it was the gas, if I recall. So it'll be by that Tesla dealer.
Recomputing.
Oh, actually it's on the other side. So
Keep left, and then continue
I
straight
will
on.
go to the left.
Go straight on. Finding a
I
new
may
route.
need to come back to this exit to get back on the highway, though, even though it's down there. No, it does look like I can get on there, so that's good. But we're down to 17 miles, so we're definitely close, but usually SCS is pretty good, like when you're in a city, of not having mileage tick away the way it does on the highway, obviously. Turn green, turn green. They're going to have that truck go, and the same thing, where he's going to be
Keep right.
petering along.
Turn right.
Alright, well, we got to get through this light. Go down that little spur road,
Turn right.
because we can't do what the AI traffic is doing. We'd hit a wall. But I was going to say, I think there's a viewpoint
Get
down
ready to
here,
turn
but
right.
maybe I'm wrong. Because I would think it would have discovered it by now. But well, no, I see the question mark, so. No, it's not a question mark, but yeah, I'm surprised it's not telling me that it's here.
Get ready to turn right.
Where is the gas pumps that I can get into? Oh, these are the ones between the buildings, right? This is always a little tricky. Oh, we're here. Let's take a look. Take a look-see. It's dark. It'll be hard to see, but... Oh, that's right. This is the Albuquerque Junction, where it's this crazy highway interchange. So, pretty nuts. Lit up in purple. Some of the other footings are blue. I don't think the New Mexico flag is those colors, but maybe they are. So maybe that's why they do it that way. There you go. Kind of following over one of the lanes of traffic. Looks like they've got like stone gardens in the middle, kind of landscaped out and made all pretty. So definitely, 4 levels, maybe even 5, depending how you really look at it. So it is an impressive feat of engineering, that is for sure. So again, the 2 topmost levels, I don't think we're going over either of them. But we will find out. But yeah, we're 8 miles away from having to be empty, so I need to find the gas pumps. Now it's 7. That would really be terrible if I ran out of gas here in the middle of the parking lot. Alright, there we go. Let me whoops. That's why I like to straighten it out, because clearly I had the angle off a bit, but I think I salvaged it. So, fill it up. And we'll head on out, straight ahead, and get back the way we came, I believe. We'll see what he tells us. Is he missing? Oh, it looked like he was missing a headlight. Alright, really? I'm going that way. I'm going to end up hitting these cars. I hate when this happens, because there's not much I can do about it. Alright, well, I went up on the dirt and avoided it, so we're good. Now I've got 3 hours till I need to rest, so the next rest area I'm probably stopping. Is he gonna let me go? Alright, thank you. Hoping nobody pulled up here, because otherwise I will hit them. Rerouting what? Where was it taking me? I don't know. Maybe it was going to have me go down the other way, but I knew where to go here, so I didn't want to make it too difficult.
Ready to turn left. Turn left.
Oh, couldn't have timed that better. That was great. So at least I don't have to slow down. Well, now I have to stop here. Well, at least I got through the part of going up the hill, because that still would have been more challenging to get going on that. Would have definitely required the torque in the low gear for several seconds. I think we've got a little bit of a long wait here, because I'm guessing that truck that wants to go left is going to get to go before I get to go. And not sure if that left turn lane up there already turned or not, or if it'll do it at the tail end. So I'm hoping it'll go at the end of the cycle, and then maybe I'll get to keep going. Guess we'll find out.
Turn left.
Because now it's not turning yet. I don't want to assume it will, and it clearly isn't. So now we get to wait through the light cycle here. So this is how, we end up chewing up a ton of time, which we don't have much of. So yeah, the time is ticking down. We're at 2 hours and 13 minutes. I think we were at like 2 hours and 40 minutes when we pulled out of the gas station, so we basically spent half an hour getting back onto the interstate. But, you know, we should be good, and then we'll stop where we can and go from there. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to have us go down to Santa Rosa. I'll just, you know what, I better take a look, because the last thing, no, we're just going straight through here, so. Alright, I just don't want to miss this crazy Albuquerque junction, and then I'm wasting tons of time coming back, so, but we're just going straight on through, which is one of the higher levels, because you can see we've got several down below us, so we're just one level below the top here. You know, and then it'll help us get up to speed here. So let's see, we can't really go beyond 70, so we don't want to get a speeding ticket, so we'll be good. And now we are below 2 hours, so hopefully we're not gonna regret not just relaxing there, but I've got faith that we'll hit something. You know, as long as we're not stopped at a way station, you know, going along at 70 miles an hour, we'll cover a good amount of ground in a couple hours, so we should be good. I don't think this is an exit. We as a, no, I guess we can. I was going to say, I'm not sure that we can take this exit as a non-AI driver. Clearly I've never done that here. Looking to make sure there isn't a rest spot, because it might then just be like, well, you could have gotten off here, and you didn't, you crazy one, so now you've got a sleeping penalty. But I don't see one, so I think we're okay. And I believe that's the last Albuquerque exit. And there we go, and now we can go 75, which means we can go 80, which will help us even more. Alright, hour and 20 minutes. I'm still feeling pretty good. Problem will be if somehow we get down here and then we're at the Mexican border, then I'm not going to feel so good, but I don't think that's where we're at yet. Because, yeah, I don't think we'd have, like, the, whatchamacallit, the fences and whatever. Alright, I may need to exit here, though. Guess I should look, because this is a pretty messy exit. Alright, now there's a rest stop there, so I'm just going to do that, because I'd rather not navigate town to go and get anything there, because that's going to take a long time. Come on, you should be going faster than this. What are you doing? I hate when they do this. Like, I was moving along and... Alright, well, we did discover the city. That's always a sweet addition when you're not getting off the interstate, but it lets you do that. I cannot believe he's not moving over. Thank goodness. Alright, 57 minutes. We should be okay, because we didn't slow down that much. Now we should be speeding up, and I think just slightly out of town here we'll be hitting that rest area. So I believe we'll be okay, but only time will tell. And yeah, at this point, this will be my stopping off point for a little bit, and then I'll continue on at my next opportunity once I get off here. So we're at 1,277 miles right now. Let's see where we end up once we get to the rest area. But again, I don't think it's that far away, so I'm not imagining we're going to get that much. If it is that far away, come on. Oh, there's so much traffic at night. I don't understand. Alright, well, here's the rest area, so not going very far, so I guess I'm alright. I'm not sure I've ever gone to this one. I may have, but so we'll exit here. Yeah, we're down to 30 minutes, so we could not have pushed it any more than we did.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Oh, there we go. Truck stop tour 8 of 22. So clearly have never been here before. And clearly there's a lot of other places I haven't been before. Well, there we go. All right. Alright, so I moved a little bit. I almost had a repeat of the other episode a while back where I just kind of forgot to include the recordings in the section, so problem remedied, and we are on our way. So to catch your bearings again as we head out here, we've got, let me just see, hold on, get myself set on cruise control. So 75, and then we can go 80. So it's telling us we have 3 hours, 36 minutes in real time. We have 71 hours, 53 minutes in game time without any stopping. And we have a total of 96 hours, 29 minutes allowed before we're going to be considered late. So we've got, 25 hours difference. So again, more sleeping is going to obviously chew into that pretty quickly. I would imagine, unless something incredibly weird happens, today is the day we're going to cross into Mexico, but we probably have at least 1 day of sleeping. So, the confusion ends up being that we've got, I don't think we have that long to get there, but we'll see, because usually I can do 500 or 600 miles in a day, so maybe it would be 3 days, but it really shouldn't be more than that, I would think. But who knows, maybe it's a bunch of 25-mile-an-hour roads in certain sections. We'll find out when we get there. We're obviously just south of Albuquerque. No tumbleweeds that we've seen, so again, this isn't the section. I don't know if it was Arizona. Maybe it was Nevada. I'm not sure where the tumbleweeds appear. They are fun. They can be a little disorienting when you see them, if you've not been seeing them for a bit, because especially if there's nothing around, suddenly you can kind of see there's this motion, and then you realize what it is before you get in any kind of danger or too concerned. But alright, the Rio Grande, I'm assuming we're going to be pretty close to the border here. Obviously we're in New Mexico, not Texas, where the Rio Grande is, I think, a good portion of the border there. It did say 97 miles to El Paso, south this way. I guess the one thing I hadn't given was the mileage, so we're at 1193 right now. I know we had talked about likely not being below 1,000 before we hit Mexico, but we'll see, because I think we had like 450 or something at the New Mexican border on the north side when we came into it from Colorado. And we'll see if we end up joining up to something that we've come across from, so if our border crossing location will be the same. If it is, I'm assuming this is the one that we saw episode 2 or 3 whenever I did the first crossing that had the giant Mexico across the top. So yeah, nothing that's called out there, so these might already be, well, I don't know that they'd be part of the expansion maps, because they've certainly done more than I would have expected. Alright, so we'll go through Las Cruces, and clearly the way that's all built out, this is still part of the regular content from SCS, but it was also exit 6, so I'm assuming we're 6 miles from the border, which will likely mean a relatively quick arrival here before we know it, although the miles haven't ticked down at all right now. So nice water tower with the horses and stuff around it, other things that I can't quite make out over my mirror projections. So yeah, we just went down a mile, but as we're going through the Las Cruces stretch here, this is a kind of a normal way that you get engaged around cities that have multiple exits, is you're suddenly going a lot slower in the mileage department. But we'll keep on heading south, and eventually we will get there. Because yeah, through all this, we've gone 3 miles since we saw that we were coming up on Las Cruces. So now it looks like it's kind of counting down at the normal pace. So it's moving a little quicker here. I'm not quite sure. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That could have been really bad if there was someone next to me, but luckily there wasn't. I see big rig farming. Oh, okay. So we're actually going to exit at the next exit, head over to something called St. Teresa, which I'm pretty sure is part of whatever mods they've done in the game. Or, the mod mappers. Let me slow this down to 70. Again, we don't want to get stopped by Border Patrol or something. That would be unfortunate. So yeah, here is where we want to get off and then head over a bit. It's interesting because, oh, I see, because this actually then will circle around and take us into Texas. But yeah, St. Teresa is actually, or Santa Teresa is across the border, so clearly it's added by the modders. I somehow, in my brain, thought I was seeing it being on this side of the border. Alright, 437 miles till empty, so don't need gas. I'm just trying to kind of make sure as I head here into Mexico that I'm doing what I need to not have a problem. Other than almost having that guy hit me. I saw him coming, but alright, so 12 1/4 miles till the port of entry. Just claiming we live in Texas. I think that was the Texas flag, but obviously we're not, but that's all right. We'll overlook those little things here and there and just keep going, moving along. So yeah, some of this is dependent too on, mileage consumption on the game map, because this is a similar type experience here where we're 1138, now we went to 1137, now we're sticking on 1137 for quite some time. So, that can be part of why it's going to take a bit of time. But you can see this is a stretch we've driven before, so my guess is this will be the same entry point we went through before.
Go straight on.
So we're heading to Santa Teresa. I'll assume is something like that. Lots of folks today heading that way, it looks like. Don't know why we're having difficulty speeding up here. Doesn't appear to be that steep of a road, but obviously it must be misleading, because the truck is not enjoying this in any way. Goodness. This kind of stuff doesn't help either. But yeah, I think this was how we then kind of came up on it, because if I recall, I didn't get too much of a preview of, ooh, we're coming up on the border. I think it just kind of popped up over after we went over a hill. Speed up a little, but then we're back on a incline. Can't move over to the left, so I'm behind him. We're clearly going to have to stop because those guys are just starting their turns, so we likely have a green light that they need to go through. Then we'll have our left turns, then we'll go. So we'll be here for a bit. There goes the Walgreens truck, West Coast Tours bus, car carrier. Looks like, I don't know, we'll say they're Teslas, although that brown I don't think would ever be a color Tesla would use. But who knows? Gone ahead and taken a chance to eat my breakfast while here at the light really quick. Looks like we've got Lincoln on the back of that car next to us. So I'm assuming that's maybe a old Lincoln Continental or something. Pretty nice. Another old vehicle there. Can't make out the make on the back of that, and I don't know. Well, I'm not that great at identifying cars anyway. I mean, that's a Chevy. Clearly you can see the bow tie on the back, but things that aren't fully obvious. But again, is that an Impala? Is that something else? I don't know. But we'll just go with the Lincoln and the Lincoln that I know. And yeah, this was, I think, the bridge. And then, yeah, now we can see the fence. And there's the gap we're heading toward, where we're going to move over a bit.
Go straight on.
Yeah, we've obviously got the inspection points and so forth.
Keep right, and then
So
exit right.
we will go that way.
Exit right.
And I'm sure it's going to let us know. Yeah, I'm thinking like there's a closed fence over on that other side. So if I had tried to go that way, even though there aren't any X's or anything, I'm thinking I still would have hit a barrier that I couldn't get through. All right. So says pass the inspection, but obviously it doesn't run as an inspection station. does in some of the areas where, it kind of says we're checking your papers and there's time that goes by. It's more like a way station, which is fine. I mean, it's a good little simulation. I'll go this way and maybe catch that other segment of the map.
Finding a new route.
I find that kind of funny. See, this is... I thought I was going to hit that fence. There we go. Now it's checking our documents. But still pretty quick. And they're speaking to me in Spanish, which I don't understand, but they raised the gate, so I'll say I'm good. And then that's right, they kind of weigh us on both sides, just in case we dumped something, I guess. So we lost a pound of fuel, it looks like. Which probably makes sense, given that I don't know that gas is the same, but I recall somewhere long, long ago in my learning that a gallon of liquid is basically 10 pounds. So if we can go barely any distance on, 5 miles uses a gallon, speeding up from nothing. Hey, that guy's like waving over at the dumpster. I didn't see him last time, but maybe... No, he didn't come through here in the dark, but who knows? Obviously, I was looking somewhere and didn't see him. So, let's see. At this point, yeah, we just keep going straight. Looks like road that we've been on before. So, we will push it a bit, take it up to 45. But yeah, we have 1,104 miles according to this right now. This tells me I can go 50, so we'll definitely move it to 55. Because any change at these slow speeds is a large percentage increase of speed compared to, already going 80. And then increasing 5 miles an hour is obviously even, less than 10%. But when I'm going 45 and I increase 10, that's almost a slightly over 20% increase. I'm going to go one more gas station and hope I won't regret it. But I've got 400 miles till empty.
Go straight on.
Oh, this is supposed to be a stop sign. I cannot believe I stopped in time. Goodness gracious. I always love that. It's like he is stopped, even though he theoretically doesn't have one. And then he goes, and I'm pretty sure if I kept going and we would have connected, we would have butted heads, but meaning I would have run into him. So I'm hoping, yeah, it looks like 100 kilometers per hour here, so I'm assuming that goes up even higher than I thought. So again, at 62, we'll take that to 70. And then, yeah, I know there's these gates that we went through here, so I don't remember if we actually need to stop or not. I think we do, because I think it's basically a toll of some sort. Yep. So, yet another slowdown. Takes a little while after we pay our toll to get let through the gate. You can see up at the top of the screen our wheels are almost fully red up to the body of the truck, so we probably got a good amount of damage on the tractor, but that would be expected after basically 3,000 miles of driving. It's just normal wear and tear that we'd have to be looking at something, and if we have 10% of an issue. Well, that's interesting. It theoretically is 2 lanes, but the way these guys are driving certainly is not.
Okay, let's find a new route.
And I've confused it, which is not good because, oh boy, I'm assuming it wasn't telling me that. I think it just thinks I'm going the other way, the way the lanes are set up here. But once I move back over, I assume
I'll find a new route.
she'll recalculate, and maybe she's already done that in the right direction, or I just exceeded the distance and it's still telling me to turn around and go backwards. But either way, obviously it wasn't complaining until I moved over.
Recomputing.
Alright, let's just make sure. Okay. Because I'm like, if somehow I was supposed to have turned, although no, I looked at that intersection very clearly and realized I didn't need to. So yeah, at this point, if I can go 68, I'm... now hold on. Oh yeah, I guess we are turning there, so let me get over. Well, I don't have a choice. Now it goes down to 1 lane. Like, let me get over and then move over, but the option is not there. But yeah, at that point we were at 68, so I was set to go 75, but it may not get me there. And at this point, now that we're kind of on a new route, it may not let me go that fast, but we'll see. So we've got a Boeing truck hauling stuff down here. That's intriguing to me. Just not sure if in real trade we do a lot of that, sending aircraft equipment parts down here for things like that. Sometimes that might seem like a national security type thing, just like we obviously don't sell military equipment to just anybody. We make sure we've got solid relations with them. Obviously that doesn't pan out very well sometimes, but you can only operate on what you know in the moment. Make your decisions based on that, and hope everybody that's making those decisions is doing so with the intent of a good outcome for everybody, and looking out for the best interest of the country is the best way I can say that. Alright, so I've got almost 10 hours till I need to rest, so not going to worry about the rest stop here. And it has slowed us down to 56, so we really should be a little closer to 60. So yeah, some of this is it's a little of this type of situation where, we're still moving along at the pace we would be here, but this is what makes it take a little bit longer in Mexico here. Because we're still over 1,000 miles. We've gone not quite 100 since we crossed the border. But I think I do remember there are places where the mileage goes quite slowly for quite some time, and that will all factor into how long it takes us to get where we need to get. Alright, I'm going to stop and get gas here, even though it's a little disconcerting. Come on, it's like a Pontiac Fiero or a Mazda Miata or something. And he's like, I'm slowing down, he's slowing down. But I'm going to go ahead and fill up here. Wow, that wall looks closer than I'd like. But we're here now. Still had 300 miles. In theory, we'd probably be okay, but I just don't want to run any risks. We're still going to have to fill up again. that is, I guess it is a wall, but it's a wall that basically is, they're not going to stop, are they? Nope. I was going to say, at this point, I've decided if I don't go, they're just never going to let me go. Alright, horse on the side of the road. His legs are moving. Luckily, he's not. So, otherwise, that would be another reason that I need to stop. Oh, look at that. There's like a gas station at the other side of town. Now, do I have to turn here? No. Alright, so a lot of meandering up here in this area. I think in Mexico they're still called states, but I don't know for certain. It's about as fast as I can go because it's only 37. Oh, there's a train moving along. Got some logs. Didn't realize they had logs down in southern Mexico, but that train's obviously bringing them from somewhere. So once again, I think this is the opposite end of the toll booth that we hit. And then I don't recall really hitting more of these, so I'm thinking, the author put them in, and I think these areas were done by a bunch of different people. They were just pulled together in one download to be able to be easily installed and so forth. Gotta watch that truck over on, well, I didn't even see the one on the right. I'm watching the one in my mirror. Just making sure that I can do what I need. Going to do a no-no and cross the white line because he's in my way. And then make sure that that truck doesn't come up. And I'm also going to hope that the speed limit changes. There we go. Because I'm coming up on 37 and I'd really rather not slow down going up the hill. Construction crew there, working on something. Almost looked like he was sprinkling sand on top of the sand with his hand, which didn't seem like you needed 4 guys to do that, but who knows? Maybe they're just on a break. Might have made a comment about them before when I went through, because I'm sure they were here too. It's just how this simulation works. Some of those things are permanently there, just like that horse that has no name and clearly doesn't have legs that work either. So alright, so I'm going faster than I should be. I can go 70, not 75. If I somehow get back up to 68, I can up it again, but right now I need to bring it back under control. And then, yeah, I think we're headed east, so maybe we're further along these curves than I thought. Or no, that would be right, and then we've got to come back. So I think we'll do a little bit of meandering here through the countryside. But at least here, the map authors have, they've got fences, they've got power lines, they've got these, markers that are on the outside edge of the turn, both the pylons and the signposts. So it at least isn't as starkly a contrast as what we had up in Canada that truly was just terrain and road and had very little additional things placed around. But it helps even from just driving through it where it doesn't feel as monotonous. And wonder if this is the ventilation shaft guy that like pulled away on us so quickly, hundreds and hundreds of miles back. He could be, but I have no idea. Don't remember what kind of truck he was driving, what color it was, anything like that. Because why would I? Why would I expect I'd see him again? Again, just make sure. Yeah, we go straight and then down. I just want to make sure anytime we come up on any major intersection off of the main maps that I don't just assume where I'm supposed to go and then suddenly get a rerouting. And obviously here with the fences and so forth, and just even getting off the road the way we would need to, I can't just make a U-turn and head back as if I could on a 2-lane road, which wouldn't be the most legal or safe thing to do, but I'm not going to add hundreds of miles, especially on an important delivery where time is of the essence. So I'm assuming, truckers who are doing something like this probably do somewhat keep reminding themselves mentally, like, it's a, time-based delivery. I've got to stay focused, keep themselves motivated a bit and do that, and just make sure that they don't lose sight of the fact that that is the goal. Alright, 893 miles. It's still telling us 2 hours and 47 minutes, which would put me well outside my window of how long I can continue today. I've got maybe an hour. I might be able to go a little bit longer if I'm close, but I'm not sure. So I'll stop speculating, because that's the truth. I'm not sure. Alright, so I think we're good. Alright, so we're going to have to turn left up here. And I don't know that I can't even get a town name out of that. My goodness, maybe it's not there, but oh, I guess that's Chihuahua. But that is a busy, busy place. But I'm thinking that this may take us a little while to traverse, but it does look like this is the route we've taken before.
Exit right.
Alright, he's not going that way, so again, the less traffic we've got, the happier that will make me. Whoops, don't want to get back on. That would be incorrect. Ah, that's right. I do now remember this, but yeah, the way it was on the map, I'm like, it almost looks like I turn left off that road, but now I understand why it appears that way.
And then turn left.
Okay. Oh, this is probably bad. Well, I made it through the light. It's just a matter of, can I... Oh, you know what? I need to turn left up there. Oh, goodness. Now I might not make the light. I was like trying to turn there. I'm like, that is a really tight turn. It's hard to tell where I'm supposed to turn. I think I was supposed to turn there. Goodness gracious. I don't think I had this difficulty the first time through here, but clearly, if anybody's behind me, I'm going to hit them, which would be bad. Go slow in case I clip that barrier the lights are at anyway. That was not pretty, but we got the job done. Because no, I was thinking, like, if I got to turn into there, I'm like, that is really tight. Wow, he just drove through there without stopping at all. I wouldn't think you could do that with the red light, but don't know. Maybe the rules here are a little different. Still have 7 hours to rest, so we're going to keep pressing on, even though it is getting into evening at this point, because yeah, if I rested now, I would wake up at 4 in the morning. It wouldn't be terrible, but again, I might be pushing my luck. So definitely a lot of lights and other things here. All right, then we go there, and yes, we're absolutely following the route that we've come through here before on. All right, so that car that pulled up, we can see the front of. He must be in a left turn lane, because obviously the other car just drove through the intersection. So initially I was thinking, oh, maybe the light's turning red and we won't be here that long, but we had to wait a little while. Not an easy turn to make in a truck by any means. And we're still only able to go 50. Looks like there's probably a truck dealer in the center of town there, if we ever go through there. I mean, Chihuahua has been discovered, so in theory we could be originating from here someday. But we'll see how it all goes, because yeah, at this point some of the drivers certainly of loads are going to also be all the other multipliers we have, because what I have found is sometimes a shorter trip is going to give me more experience with the bonuses. And certainly, again, important delivery and hazmat. Although hazmat isn't per se a bonus of the same type. No, I know it's the same. I was going to stop and look, but I'm like, no, that's right. There wasn't like any yellow line going off on the mini-map where I was diverting. So rather than continue to waste seconds, because I've got this strange hope that I might be able in this session to complete this run, but not sure. If I hit a lot more cities like this, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Oh, you've got the little light on the smokestack. There must be an airport nearby. It's not that tall of a smokestack, so to require it to have a light usually means you've got low-flying planes coming through the area that you want to make sure don't clip that. So 865 miles is where we're at till our final destination. 541 miles still empty, so if I get down to probably 200 or something to empty, I probably will be good on the gas tank at that point. Wow, this is a long light. Because usually when I'm chatting, they turn green before I know it, but I knew it, and therefore I knew it must be a long light. And yeah, this is the kind of stuff then. You don't get a truck going like you do a car. Obviously they're already, several thousand feet ahead of me just from those few seconds since the light turned. Yeah, it looks like it would be a bit challenging to get to like some of the gas stations and whatever. So yeah, I'd have to be really careful what I was doing, because I'm not sure like that ramp would take me up there. It looks like it goes to the General Mills factory or something. I don't know. It's just very confusing. It almost looks like that road, that is a thing I can only get to. Oh boy, he might hit me. No, thank goodness. Alright, now I do want to check. Alright, I am turning. I don't need gas, so I have no reason to not follow the route.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Will do. Of course the light is red. Why wouldn't it be?
Turn right.
4x3 guadores y llantas. I don't have any idea what that means. I want to say Delicias or whatever was where I was going for one delivery. Seems familiar. Alright. Got one of those inflatable guys floating around over there. Well, I guess even turning my head doesn't really help you see him any better. So straighten out again, make sure I'm looking in the right place. But it almost seems like they have a red light too, the way they're turning. There we go. I'm like, do we have a broken light or something? But which would be weird. I've never seen that happen in the game, but that would certainly make, well, I don't know that it would be terribly interesting because it's not like I could go anywhere. I had cars right next to me, cars in front of me, cars behind me. So it would have just been a waiting disaster. Oh, please let me get through the green. I'm going faster than I should, but I don't want to get stuck at probably the last light. No, it's not the last light in town.
Keep left and then turn left.
I was hoping. You know, one can hope, right? Doesn't look like we even have an arrow. I mean, if we do, it's on that light way over there. Yeah, got a Hyundai here and a Lexus. Not sure what type of vehicles. No, I guess we do get an arrow, but usually, especially on this wide of an intersection, you'd have a light over here, but once again, I'm sure. Oh, sea horizon. Somehow I don't think there's a sea anywhere on the horizon here. But, yeah, maybe it's the manufacturing plant. It looks like it could be. So there's nothing that says they need to make boats right near the water. And maybe, for whatever reason, the company decided this is where they wanted to set up shop. Maybe a better tax structure or something. I'm sure Mexico and any country does the same thing we do in the U.S., where they'll offer tax incentives locally to attract businesses. That is an interesting sculpture thing, I guess I'd call it. I'm guessing it is probably there in real life. Yeah, I think I tried, yeah, you can tell I went to the gas station here and was kind of probably like, how do I get there? But I guess it's a little cleaner from this end. Oh boy, better move over, because they clearly are, even though there's three. I guess they are ending. Alright, let me take a look. Alright, we go here, and then we just go kind of straight through town on what looks like we stay on kind of the highway structure, so hopefully that means no lights and some quick traversal through that space. Because otherwise we do add up time, because I think it took us 10 minutes to get through Chihuahua, so I'd prefer not to take 10 more minutes in the next town, just a little bit away. Alright, so here I can go 75 because we are at 68, so I'm definitely going to take advantage every moment I notice and can. Whoops, of stuff like this. I just need to be careful that I don't cross lanes and potentially run into someone, because that can be costly, as we well know. So yeah, at this point, well, I guess it depends. I still have over 6 hours till I need to rest. Like, we're almost definitely looking at a 2 rest stop position, because I can't go over 800 miles in one run, no matter how fast I'm going. It just doesn't work out that way. So, I'm not quite sure why he moved over. I really don't like when the AI does that, because it just creates unnecessary delay. Whoa, close wall, close wall. I guess you could say I'm a skilled truck driver, right? Making that at speed. I'm sure a trucker would normally do that. Alright, so this is, I think, where we swing around from the north and then head through those intersections. But yes, no lights. So this is all good. I am going very quickly, pushing my luck a little bit here. But I'm hopeful that we're going to hit a sign here. No, it's still 90. But I'm hopeful once we get out of town that it's going to jump back up. I just don't know when that will be. It's still not here. But technically we're still in the outskirts of town. Oh, we got like a pedestrian crosswalk. Oh, I can't string two proper words together. A pedestrian crosswalk that goes up and over a busy road like this. Certainly something I've seen other places. And I guess we're still in the heart of whatever town this is. It might be Jalisco, so yeah, then clearly if it is, I didn't deliver here. Let me just make sure. Yep, it's going to take us up and over. So yeah, that's Delicias and Camargo. So yeah, we're going to go up and over and then come back, basically get on a straight road again. So we are slowing down for speed limit, so I'm not going to keep pressing it. I think that's going to be just too much. Alright, well, now I'm okay. It's up to 50 again. So we'll try to maintain this speed, as once again we want to move along as quickly as we can. We're going to need to turn right here.
Keep right, and
Four.
then turn right.
451 for gas, so too early to stop.
Turn right.
5 hours to rest, so also too early to stop. We're going to get stuck at that light. We just don't have enough acceleration to get there. I'd be very amazed if it stayed
Keep left.
stale green long enough. Yep, there we go.
Turn left.
And we got a Mac dealer. Obviously we can see that. It's not one we've discovered, which is okay. So, Mexico quota. Or Chota, because I know it's Chihuahua. At least I think it is. I'm assuming it's like the dog. Sure, I'm assuming this is the area that dog is kind of from or named after. Probably because they were bred down here at some point. Maybe made them so tiny because it's dry, and that way they don't need lots of water and food. So you can have a dog, but it's not difficult to take care of and might have a chance of surviving in a desert area like this. Alright. So, not too terribly late. It's 8. Whoa. That kind of... Oh, he is close. Goodness. I don't know how I avoided hitting him. That was not a well-designed set of traffic, but it's what we've got. Wow. again, a little bit of heart racing there. It's like I'm good, and then suddenly he's like stopping right next to my trailer. I'm like, this is not good. Alright, I'm going to slow down to be optimistic and leave it at 65. I was at 75, but at this point it's clearly not jumping up, and we are out away from the city now, so we may be at 56. But I'm hopeful we'll pop up a little bit, at least to 62. In which case I can speed up a little bit more, but there we go. That should be an increase. Oh yeah. Okay. So we'll go back up to 75, and we'll see how long we get to do that for. He's just parked. I don't know if, again, he's a permanent fixture on the map. He may be, just to give it a little bit of character. But yeah, I think unless I push it really, really close to my full rest stop, I don't know that I have any hope of not having to stop again. And I don't know that that's necessarily a problem. But, yeah, I'll just stay in this lane. So I don't know if that's 1L plus 800, meaning like it's 1,800 kilometers is kind of what it's telling us, or not. Because otherwise, you know, or is it just 800, I guess, is what it logically would be. Alright, let's just make sure. Yep, we're turning to the left just as we had been doing before. So yeah, I mean, at this point I do think I'm heading down to a very similar area that it took me down to before. I just may be going a little bit further. Or maybe it's the exact same place, because I can't say I remember the town that I had traveled to before. But it looks like, yeah, instead of exiting, we just stay on the road, which is a good thing. Okay, so it's 50 kilometers on the exit, but obviously not here, or it would have dropped us down to below 50 miles per hour, because that would be what 50 kilometers an hour is less than this. So, Jimenez. But obviously, again, already discovered, and so forth. Because, yeah, at this point, if I get lucky enough, I should be able to rest and fuel at the same stop. We're kind of back on the cycle right now.
Go straight on.
Oh, boy. Coming up on that faster than I thought. So yeah, these are kind of the traversals that take some time. Now I do think we are making up time, because I think we still were at like 3 hours and 47 minutes or something when I got into Mexico, and now it's telling me 2 hours and 16 minutes, which I know we have not been driving for an hour and a half in Mexico. So I'm holding out hope that this entire thing will not be 6 hours long, as it was indicating. Yes, it is a very close roadway there. So let's see, 37, but I think it'll flip here. It does. We don't want to go to the left, so I'm going to move over here. And then we'll keep on moving along. 4.5 hours to rest, so we're gonna press on a bit more. I mean, preferably, I would think maybe by 11 or midnight again, we'd be stopping. back up to 68 for a bit. We'll see if we can get anywhere near the top speed before it asks us to slow down again. But the good news is, right now, it's not doing that to us, although we're not speeding up incredibly fast, so I'm set at 75. So I should be able to milk another 10 miles an hour out of this if I can get the truck up to that speed, but it seems to be stuck at 65 right now. Get a drink here. Alright, in theory, we've been climbing a bit. Now with that sign, it looks like we'll be going down, so I imagine we'll get to 75 pretty easily. And we do. And now it'll start braking us. You can see, I think, the engine brake light coming on periodically. Well, I guess it just did it once. And now we're climbing again, so you can see we've gone down to 74, 73. But still not too bad on the speed. Just my hope is, I'd like to chew up some miles in these 4 hours or 2-3 hours that we have to drive yet. Because again, we're obviously almost near 11. I'm assuming that's telling us we're leaving Chihuahua, because I can't imagine the city of Chihuahua that we went through a while ago isn't in, I'll say the state of Chihuahua again. I think they're called states, but I'm not sure. Alright, and then, so this is really straight, even though it looks a little unstraight. And yeah, this is just an hour of in-game time between the rest stops, so I'm going to be hopeful that that's what we're dealing with here. So I'll keep going. And again, do I divert? I do not. So I just follow the yellow line where I've gone before. Which makes it easy, and also potentially, of course he has to pull over. As long as a truck doesn't pull over, I think we're okay. Because hopefully this car will zip through here pretty quickly. Of course, we've got a truck up there, so best laid plans. Because, yeah, he's not getting by that other truck anytime soon. So, as much as I would like to keep moving, we are now down to 55 and maybe less. I mean, it was a set of turns that might have been a bit risky to go faster, but I think I could have done it, and obviously that would mean we'd be moving a lot quicker than we are right now. Come on, boys. Get out of each other's way. Oh, boy. Well, this can make for a long, lonely, sad drive in the dead of night here. Because, yeah, they are clearly not overtaking. I mean, we've got this Route 49 coming up. Ooh, nice flames on the hood there of that truck. Nice, nice. So, yeah, hopefully some of these guys peel off here, or we peel off. I don't know. I guess I'll take a look, although it's like turning. I don't know, maybe they never run into each other. Alright, once again, yes, literally about another hour. So I am going to roll the dice and keep going. So I got 2 hours and 44 minutes. I think we've got to stop and pay a toll here, which is why they're all slowing down. It's a very busy area there. Yep. Oh, ambulance. I was going to say it's police, but So I assume those are the toll costs up on that signage there. Yeah, definitely, because it shows different vehicle types and so forth. Alright, well, this will spread us out a bit. Maybe, if we still have to catch up with them, we'll maybe be able to get by. I don't know. I'm going to be hopeful. Oh, this guy's empty. He's probably going to go faster than me. Yep, now he's catching up. Just a quick map check again. There's just a lot of cities down here, so it's slow going. Definitely makes it a bit of a challenge to move along quickly here. But we'll follow the route. Because, yeah, at this point, probably the next... I'm going to say convenient, because obviously we could have gotten off and rested there, but I'm hoping there will be another one in about an hour, and then we'll stop and pull off. I'll keep going. Yeah, we're still at 2.5 hours, so this is literally like 20 minutes from the last rest stop, so don't want to do it that fast. And again, it looks like it might be a challenge to get in and out. I'm hoping I find something that's a little more airy. Wow, looks like they're fully blocked on the other side. I'm glad we're not going that way. Alright, so we've got nothing's to the right of me, so I'm gonna try to keep moving here. I hope I won't regret it. Oh boy, I may. Yeesh. Yeah, I did have to hit the brake. That was getting a little rough. Yeah, Zacretas, or whatever that is. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally butchering it because I misread it. Yes, I know. 2 hours and 4 minutes. But given the proximity of cities here and so forth, I'm thinking we should still be okay. And yeah, we're going to be really, really close because we're at 580 miles. Which I think would be very much pushing it to get through in another day. Alright, there is something right here near the toll, so I'll move over to the right. I've got 248 miles, so I don't need gas, so I'm not going to try to figure out how to exit and do that. Oh wait, I think that's taking me out. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I want to go this way. Because I was like, yeah, I want to be all the way to the right, but then I realized I don't want to be that far to the right. And that also makes sense why they're just driving out very quickly.
Okay, let's find a new route.
What do you mean, let's find a new route? Was it because I was peeking over there? I don't know. It might have, like, rerouted me. I mean, the mileage hasn't changed, so I think this is all good. Oh boy, this is not easy. Alright, thank goodness. I was like, how far is it going to make me pull in here? I was sweating bullets again. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh no. Oh boy. I thought I was hitting enter to start the thing. Alright, well, now we're driving at night again. I apologize for that. But, yeah, I can't afford to try another rest because I'm getting close here. Darn it. yeah, I was like ready to hit a different key. I'm like, the enter doesn't seem right, and I was just trying to hurry, and because yeah, I'm down to maybe half an hour of time that I can really play, and I don't think I'm going to be able to make it in that time, so I just would like to get as far as I can, but this didn't really help much other than I'm 4 hours earlier than I was, but clearly I'll just be driving into the morning, and then now it looks like this episode's going to just basically take place through night driving, the last couple stages here in Mexico. So this is an area I've been through before, as you can see, so I guess, sadly, I'd tell you, you can go find my other episode where I was in Mexico and maybe see this during the daytime if you're looking to see what that looks like. And you can obviously see we've got mountains around and so forth. Oh, I'm just so frustrated with myself that I did that. Because, I mean, I enjoy driving in the daylight too. It gives me more to see, more that I can talk about. You know, otherwise I'm just seeing curva peligrosa. I think that is dangerous curve. So I will slow down and take them at their word. It is sharp. This next one may be as well, but at this point the truck's struggling to gain any speed, so I'll put it on cruise and we'll let it go from there. Zacatecas. I'll go with that. In theory, I have a 30-hour buffer. I am so tempted. I've got to get gas here anyway. I'm not going to push it. And then that will give me enough gas. I am so tempted.
And then exit right.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to sleep again so that we can at least have daylight. And it'll be what it'll be. I mean, it should let me because we've gone a little bit of time here. So I'm thinking it will let me sleep, but we'll find out. There we go. We are full. And we'll head over this way. I just want to kind of see what it looks like. I don't know. It's only been 12, like an hour and 15 minutes. It might tell me I'm not tired. No, it's going to let me. Alright. Not hitting enter again. There we go. This is a resting place, but you are not tired. Alright, so in theory, it says I've got 32 hours to get there. I've still got 53 hours till the latest I can get there. So in theory, I can sleep 2 more times. We're not going to, my intent is not to sleep more than once. Okay, I'm a little confused. There we go, because I'm like, this thing is not doing what I need. Alright, I do need to go up and around the way it's showing, so let me stay over here, because I need to go up this exit and not through the toll booth. I guess it looks like maybe there's a toll booth here, which would make sense if it's a toll road that they're going to catch you on the exit anyway, but...
Go straight on.
Okay. Yeah.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
You're confusing me. You told me to go this way. A little nerve-wracking for certain. Alright, let's head around the kind of cloverleaf entrance here. Much more pleasant of a drive. I just hope I won't regret it. But I owe it to you guys at least to make up for my mistake and give you something to look at other than darkness and headlights. The good news is at least this stretch will be, mainly in daylight, because, 13 hours from now it's just barely going to be 9 p.m., so we're on a good cycle here to finish off either way, even if I do have to sleep one more time. So Quincame, which I assume is what the name of that is, we're not going to discover, I assume, since we didn't last time. No reason to think that anything would be different. Alright, just under 500 miles. It's possible, but I think what's going to kill us is the speed. The time's going to tick away, and we're not going 70 miles an hour in most cases, and so I think that we're going to be short a bit. Or, I'll be pressing to get a sleep penalty, and obviously that doesn't make sense if I don't need to, so. But as we get closer to the end, we'll see what it looks like. But definitely very, very slow going just because of the hills right now. Alright, 100 kilometers, so the speed should tick up a bit. Not as much as I'd like, but because I'm still set to 75, but that will be too fast on 62, so we'll see if it changes before I get close to that, but I don't think it will. I think this may be what it's going to give me, because this is definitely a hillier region, and I'm sure for safety we're not going to be able to go that fast. We might not even be able to go the full. Okay, I'll lower it to 70, which is what I'd be comfortable with, and of course we'll just be moving, and it looks like we're hitting a toll gate, so we're going to have to stop again. So this is the kind of stuff that I think is going to just make it challenging to clear, clear the miles. Well, it's not telling us we need to stop, so I'm just going to roll through and at least not come to a full stop, which will help probably immensely, honestly. But yeah, in theory we've got about a 150-mile buffer on the gas, which is excellent. So we will not have to fuel again unless something unexpected happens. Alright. Bienvenidos a Zacatecas. So, welcome to Zacatecas, unless I'm not recalling my Spanish correctly. Unfortunately, we get welcomed up a hill, so a little slow entrance here. Pretty sparse little community there, but we don't have any name or anything here, so I'm sure it's not even a town that makes the map. It's just folks existing, doing what they can to survive in a place that they know, but no, the world may not. That sounded pretty dramatic. We'll go with it. Alright, we're still continuing here. Looks like we've got a little bit of a loop. Again, I don't know if that'll be an exit type thing or not. Once again, I'm hopeful that this won't include any stoplights or anything like that, that I'll just be able to keep chugging along. In theory, I'm supposed to slow down, but I'm not going to do it. Please don't be a police officer. It's not. Okay. There we go. Back to 62. Because, yeah, I may have to exit up here and then, but yeah, vehicle control point, so Yep, I'm stopping again. Alright, he's leaving. That's good. But yeah, I've got a stop sign there. So, looks like, yeah, I don't really have a choice because they're stopping. I'm not going to stop because they don't make me. And then we go to Fresnillo versus the unnamed trailer what? Oh, that is not good. So if I have 12% trailer damage, I'm going to get... It's a speed bump. Yeah, I'm going to end up taking a penalty on the load, I think, at that level. Oh, so frustrating. It's always something. Again, I guess I don't need money, but the thing is I may take an experience damage penalty too. I don't know. I mean, it's not fragile cargo, so perhaps it won't be, but I guess we'll find out. Because, yeah, it's not like well, I guess on the road back and getting out of that way station when suddenly that truck sped up and ran into the side, maybe that did some damage to the trailer too. So I was higher than I should be, but even the tractor is running at a relatively high rate. Alrighty. So moving along at a pretty good rate here. So I'm going to be hopeful. Hope springs eternal, as they say. Because I'm trying to remember. I think at this point we do move along. And yeah, I mean, it's cut an hour off our actual time again. We're down to an hour and 13 minutes. Where again, we've maybe driven for 15 minutes. So if it keeps doing that, you know, maybe we'll be in excellent shape. But don't know how much of that is going to really continue. Why are they slowing down? Oh, I see. Because it does slow us down here, probably just because there's some buildings. Does it follow the route? It does. Alright, so we're going through another town. So I'm going to have to head off to the right, but I think that's just the way the road's going to go here, so I'm not going to do anything crazy. Yeah, it's just, I guess I should slow down because it's definitely bouncing me some, and I'm going to end up with some insane trailer damage again just because they've got bumps in the road.
Keep left.
Okay. We will do that. Alright, so we're not going to get that town again. It's not having us go that way. And uphill, so it's going to chug along here and clearly slow down. So this is going to chew up some time. Yeah, started at 27 minutes, now it's down to 24, 23. So like I said, this is kind of what causes us issues, because according to this, it's going to probably take us 10 minutes to get up this hill, which is obviously not what's happening in reality, but in sim reality, that's how long it took, even more than that. So it's like 15 minutes to get up the hill. But, you know, down to 28 as well, so all that stuff doesn't help. But we're below 350 miles. We've got just basically 10 hours. It's possible, because in theory, that's as long as I average 35 miles an hour. In theory, we've got a shot at this, but we'll see. Alright, I was worried it was gonna... They were all gonna slam on their brakes to exit, and then I'd have problems. I am gonna cut over because I do not want him to get next to me when I'm coming up on this line of cars, because I'd like to keep moving along. Unless it gets really, really slow. But
A new route.
what? Come on. Oh, of course, there's a police car there. 900, huh? Well, at this point, I'm going to take advantage of my speed and go. And I'm going to trust there isn't another police officer right there. Goodness gracious, yes, I'm definitely going to. Alright, so I keep following the line through this town, through the next town, so shouldn't have to look at the map for a while. Yeah, this is a tight turn. I'm not going to push that. That would be stupid. Because I can tell, and I'm still going above the speed limit, so... and well above 35 miles an hour, which is my target. Now what I'm not sure of here is...
Keep right.
Alright. Yeah, can I do it in this lane? And I can, so... and perhaps there's another... oh, I see. Alright, well, we'll stay on this side. Get this little piece discovered. You don't really need to reroute just because I went around an obelisk. But whatever floats your boat. So, but definitely a lot of moving around that slows me down quite a bit, because we're down to 25, so at this point I'm actually speeding quite a ways through here. But I think once we get through this, now there's still a sharp turn up there. It's crazy stuff, that's for sure. And then we get a little bit of a reprieve because we're between cities. I'm going to assume that we're not going to catch him, although we might. Hopefully he'll move over. I'll do this to, there we go, keep the car from coming up on him so that he's not afraid to move back over. And there we go, he's out of my way. Or if I can get up to speed, I can get past him, but he seems to be cooking along at about my speed too. Whoa. I don't know. Oh, I see. Don't know if he just slammed into that car and knocked it that way. That was interesting. That's about all I could say about that.
Keep left.
I will. Come on. Too much of a turn again. Wow. That was like so close to tipping over. Oh, I'm hitting. No, I'm not. I'm not hitting the gas. I thought I was. I was just moving far enough, fast enough along that I couldn't slow down in a way that mattered. Wow, these cars are definitely making this a challenge. But again, my target is to stay above 35. And will I need to stop here, or can I go through? Although once again, if they have rumble strips, I do need to be careful. Yeah, these are just the little ones, but nothing I have to hit a button on. So we'll keep going. Alright, so now we're back up to our awesome 68, which is usually the fastest I can go. And of course, we're doing that on a hill as we leave a place we had to slow down, because that's just the way this country chooses to do things. They put everything in valleys. You would think from a truck planning standpoint, like, put it up here on the hill. Although I understand we just went under the Zacatecas sign, and I'm sure, this is the separator between that and San Luis Potosi, and they'd be like, well, then it's not in our area, and we don't have the booth in our area. No. It's telling me we've got another thing at 1,000 meters, so don't know if it's referring to this turn or if now we're going to have a checkpoint for these folks. But Salinas, it'd be Salinas, Texas, if we were in Texas, but we're not. We're in Mexico. I was going to say I don't have to slow down, but I do have to be careful with the turns and so forth. Alright, 8.5 hours until we have to rest. I'm feeling good. We might actually make it before the end of the day today. Alright, do we get to go a little quicker now? 56. Of course, we've got some crazy turns, so gotta be careful. Although they are going uphill, I didn't realize that much. But I am able to maintain, so I guess I did want to slow down. And then we'll continue heading where we're heading. He's slowing down a lot. Maybe because I'm getting too close to him? I don't know. Alright, well, I know it was through Salinas, but let me just double check again. Yep, we continue for a ways on the road, so I will keep doing that. Looks like I'm hoping it's just a gas station and not no, it is a checkpoint again, so. And everybody is doing their thing, so we are going to have to slow down. Wow, giant bump again. This is where we're gonna end up with ridiculous damage or something, probably if we go faster than 10 miles an hour. I swear if we get damage for something other than that, I'm not going to be thrilled. Alright. Coastline mining. Ajalulco. Alright, so must have just gone through the corner of that little state, because I'm assuming this is now us leaving. And we'll see what we can do. Again, I'm pressing it, assuming, hoping that we're going to get a little bit faster speed. If not, I'll have to adjust accordingly, because right now I'm set, well, we're not going to get that fast a speed, so I will lower it to 70 for sure, because we're not anywhere near 68, which is what I need to be going that quickly. Alright, this is just a pickup truck. Alright, he's slowing down again, and because I need to follow the lines, I know I need to exit here, so let me line up the way I need to.
Keep right, and then exit right.
I'm assuming he's exiting too, which is why he's going, well, I guess he's not going so slow. It's 31. Alright, he's not exiting, so that's good. We're clear ahead of us.
Turn left.
And I do recall this interchange a bit. It was nice. nice and entertaining. I'm going to go faster around here than I'm pretty sure I did before, because otherwise we're going to come to a dead stop. And yeah, now we head over this way for a bit. And then we hit some more towns. So yeah, this does end up being, I mean, again, I'm staying above 35, which isn't that hard to do. Oops, I thought we were merging onto something. I mean, we are, but not the way I thought. Alright, and now we're up to 68, but clearly he's not doing that. Alright, so we have some momentum. Let's see if we can get by him, because it looks like the road cramps up again just on the other side of the viaduct. And if we're not past his cab, he may say, screw you, and cut over. So I've got to be careful. Yeah, he did not slow down, which is kind of what I figured would happen. But now he realized, hey, he's passing me. Oh, got another checkpoint. So yeah, this is the challenge, and it's probably realistic on how Mexico is structured and so forth, that you know, we do hit constant checkpoints and things we need to slow down for, so just make it a little bit of a slow go through the area here, through Mexico. So alright, just maintain my momentum through there. Knew I had my easy pass, so it just grabs my toll. We'll stay to the left. He's moving over to the right, so it looks like he'll probably break off at the exit anyway. But either way, at least we weren't dealing with him continuing on. So yeah, it's getting a little dicey on, are we gonna make it? Because even though we were above 35, I think it's gotten a lot closer on the time and the mileage together than I would have liked. So, and some of that is just how it all works. So looks like we've got to exit up here again. So a lot of slowing down for interchanges and so forth, but we are obviously trekking through Mexico. Yeah, a little weird having that building right there at the side of the road, but that's what they got. That's right, this is pretty much a high-speed exit ramp, at least the way I did it, and was workable that way, which is good. Come on, get me back up to 68 so that I don't have to play these games. It's not going to, is it? So I'm sure their argument is, but it meanders through the hills and it's not safe for you to go fast. Well, those train tracks in the center were interesting, but maybe they are actually that way. Alright. So, BHP Billiton down here. This is not anywhere near where we need to drop off yet, so I don't want to get people excited. Because I'm like, you know, maybe we're just taking it back to one of our facilities, but yeah, I almost was like, oh, I wonder if this is where we were, because I do think, like, when I came down here, whoop, that is a police officer, and even though he has someone pulled over, I don't want to assume that he won't give me a ticket. Alright, lots of fun, but maybe only if we exit, which we're not doing, so maybe we can just go through, or not. No, that's just a bridge, so maybe, although, no, it's so hard to tell. No, that's not just a bridge. We do have a checkpoint here. Looks like two of them right next to each other. I'm going to head over on this side where nobody is waiting, where I can then hopefully just move on through, pass all these guys. Look at that. We just passed 3 or 4 vehicles. I love it. And while I love it, I see a loves. Ooh, so nice. Again, long day, long morning of driving here. I'm getting a little slap happy. Partially because I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. 126 miles. At this point, I'll go ahead and probably finish up. I really should be stopping now. It's telling me 25 minutes, and again, it's been chewing up time faster, so I'm assuming it will be less. Although with parking and everything, who knows. But yeah, I would love to get this done, so then I can start piecing it together for you and get it in line for you to see. So probably, well, I know it won't be there for a few days because I've got, I think, 2 or 3 things already scheduled ahead of it, and unless I have a real reason to change the sequence, I usually just line them up one after the other, and they fall where they fall. I don't think I've gotten to the size as a channel yet where people are looking for, hey, I need to have this at this date. All right, so we're gonna, yeah, this may have been where we delivered to Rio Verde. That sounds right. So I stay on the road here, and then I will be turning left and then continuing for a while. So now we are going to discover new roads in Mexico. Awesome. Yes, I do remember turning down that little dirt road, and so this is all new for us. We don't know what we're going to see, but we're going to see it. You can count on that, unless the screen goes black. I make no promises. Alright, so we gotta go left to CD Valles, which is where we're going, Ciudad Valles. So it's letting us know that is the big destination that way, so maybe everything in between is smaller. School bus, must be the end of the day. It is 4:34 after all. So maybe taking the kiddos home. And we'll just get back up to speed here. And that should be a good thing. Alright, we're officially less than 100 miles, 99 miles. People up there, please don't throw anything on my truck. That used to be a problem that we had in the U.S. for a time. There were people throwing things down onto vehicles on the interstate, kind of crazy. Looks like they're shoveling buffalo chips into cement mixers. That was a very weird thing there, but, I'm sure the map guys were just trying to have workers doing something, and that's what they chose. Just makes you wonder what's really happening. But anyway, every culture has some weird traditions. Maybe in Mexico they use buffalo chips to make cement. I don't know. But there were buffalo at the edge of the field and guys shoveling things into cement mixers behind them. Oops, let me see. Do I? No, not yet. Because I knew there was this little, I don't even know what to call it. Pretzel? Let's call it a pretzel. But yeah, it looks like if we, I don't know that we'd ever go there other than just to get like 100% discovery, but that ain't gonna happen on this map any time probably in my lifetime. So there's a boatload of roads between all these maps together, so. Alright, $25. And now we're going to meander a bit. So this is kind of the over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go stage of the journey. Curvas Peligrosa. Yeah, I would say. The roads go crisscross each other. go in strange places. This is almost like, hey, take the maze of roads. If you get on the wrong road, you get to turn around and try again. I don't know if that's really what would happen. So we'll see. Are we going over or under? Looks like we're going over. I assume the other road then will be underneath us on this bridge. And then we come right back over it again. I'm not going to look, because that probably won't be pleasant to watch anyway. But now we're coming right back, and then we're going to do the little pretzel curve, I guess, along the base of the mountain, and then we'll come back a third time. So it clearly seems like the other route is more direct. Alright, he's clearly got no patience, and then of course he goes in front of us and slams on his brakes. Because why not? It's Truck Simulator AI. But yeah, we're clearly looping around. I saw that bus. I'm like, I better move over before I cross the yellow line and clip him and get an accident penalty. Yeah, these cars want to move, which I don't blame them. I'd be the same way. But in a truck, I don't have this option. Alright, well at this point I'm guessing we go under. We do. So they're up above us for the first time in this dance of roads. And then I think we just keep going straight, yes. And then we'll do a loop on the cloverleaf. So we're getting really close, actually. Look at that. But as I said, there are some towns a little further. So in theory, I can get a little bit farther into this portion of Mexico. Let's see if we discover Tamasopo. I'm going to guess not. Seems pretty far off the road here. But it just really depends on how they've set up the triggers and so forth. But yeah, at this point I think we're passing it, so I'm going to go with unlikely. I'll never say no, but I think given all the roads they've got placed and so forth, yeah, that they're just going to try to make you actually exit and get to these places before they're discovered. Oh, thank goodness, at least we hit it when it's green. And I wonder if this is a permanent construction site here for driving entertainment. Well, I don't know. Now we're coming near. We can't exit here, though, so I still would be surprised if it gives us the discovery, but I would be happy if it did, because anything new is always awesome. Probably not. Whoa, like an old fire truck. But we're down to, wow, 22 miles. Look at that. And yes, 4 minutes, so nowhere near the 25 minutes it told me 7 minutes ago. So, still about half that, so it's going to be potentially about 11 minutes. Let's see, do we exit? Oh, that's right, this is where we go to the other side and then loop around and up. And obviously we're delivering to this town, so I would expect that we will discover Ciudad Valles. Don't know that I needed to slow down that much, but again, I don't know where I'm at, and I didn't want to run the risk of something stupid right here at the end. Oh goodness, that bus scared the heck out of me. Wow. I was watching my mirrors to make sure I didn't clip anything, and suddenly this thing is barreling down in front of me. I just kind of caught it out of my peripheral vision. That truly, like, nearly made me jump out of my skin. Alright, so we have discovered it. It's interesting that the GPS has given us 0 directions, like to exit there or anything, so whatever
Right, and then turn
I was
right.
going to say whatever triggers it doesn't make it say anything immediately, but
Turn right.
alright, we've got a light here, so speed up a tiny bit just to get through that. And I'm assuming I then need to exit here to be able to get to that delivery point. So yeah, this is a relatively busy town. 5 miles, it tells us. Looks like I don't know that I'd call it a roundabout, but it's kind of like a U-turn type thing.
Get ready to turn right.
Yeah, I appreciate the gas there. 3 miles.
Turn right.
Obviously we can see things on the map, so we know it's here. I assume, yes, if we continued, we'd get to Tampico. No, I guess it's Ebanao. So yeah, we don't have a lot down here, but so yeah, I don't know that. So, well, there are four cities that you could discover down here. That's crazy. So yeah, if it was my own truck, I might like deliver and then decouple and then go just discover those since I'm down here so that they're there and unlocked. But
Get ready to turn right.
I don't know, I have 2 hours. Yeah, I'm not going to press it because I think going down these meandering roads would be tough. And while it's an intriguing, wow, this is not what I expected. But it's where they want us to take the dynamite. I guess that would make sense. They're likely not blowing things up in the middle of town. I mean, obviously they could be if they were digging a foundation or something. Wow. But, yep, so there we go. We got some mining going on. Let's get to the overhead. This might actually not be too bad because I think I guess we'll see if it's gonna yell at us, but I think I just pull through here instead of making it a challenge, which probably means I'm gonna get no points for parking. It's gonna be like super, super easy, but I say that as I nearly drift out of touch with what I need to be doing. So I want to be going that way. Because, yeah, I don't want to get myself in a pickle where I suddenly can't get this thing where they want it. But I think that will be close enough. So it should ding on me soon, which will be awesome. All right. Wow. That is great. All right. Let's see. No penalty. No penalty. We're early, for goodness sakes. 4,091. All right, no penalty. Look at that. 10,000, almost 11,000 point. Wow, I think I went up 18,900. I went up 3 levels. Absolutely worth that trip then in that case. So you can see, you know, the proficiency bonus gives us a lot of money. Hazmat, almost 1,400 experience just for that. And then, you know, we've got the distance bonuses, and of course, as we said, I think it called it important delivery. It's saying urgent delivery bonus, but I think that's just the text. So, level 20, so we'll have unlocked most things here. Alright, hazardous. What do I want to do? So many choices. I'm going to go ahead and up things on fragile. You know what? I'm not going to up it on fragile. I'm going to up it on on just in time because that's likely the things that we'll be taking more of. You know, but now we're going to have significant amounts of things unlocked. But, you know, want to get to at least 25, and at this point with these kind of runs, it's looking like, you know, we should be able to easily get 2 levels each time. Because, yeah, we're basically skyrocketing up. We're not quite at half here, driven over 20,000 miles. So quite good. Yeah, this isn't going to give me exactly what I was looking for, so progress history is as close as I'm going to get. But anyway, hope you've enjoyed this haul of dynamite. I'm going to go record my VTC information so that I don't forget. But hopefully we'll catch up shortly, and we'll be on our next run, which will be episode 10. We'll be into double digits. So I will see you next time.